Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for waiting a couple of minutes. Wanted to make sure we got everyone in and are all getting settled. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board, and this is a listening session, an environmental justice and BIPOC communities listening session on the implementation of the water quality control plan for the San Francisco Bay Delta, the San Francisco Bay, and the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Estuary, or as we'll call it, the Bay Delta Plan for the rest of our discussion here. Again, I am Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair here at the State Board, and joining us as well is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo. And just want to, at the top, thank you for your time, your patience, and your participation. I'm going to go over some opening remarks here. I do see a couple of hands that are raised already, but let's get through these opening remarks quick. And what we are looking to do is certainly get to everyone's comments. But I do want to make sure that all participants are aware that this listening session is being recorded and is being streamed via webcast on the California Environmental Protection Agency website at video.calipa.ca.gov. A recording will be posted on the Bay Delta Watershed Efforts webpage. That's our Bay Delta Update webpage as soon as possible afterwards. The listening session is scheduled from about 1 p.m. to about 7 p.m. this evening, with a planned break at approximately 4:30 and then picking back up again at 5. That's so that we can hear from those that are not able to make it before 5 p.m. and those that were not able to join earlier in the day. There are a very large number of speakers that have registered for today's listening session. I'll note at this time we have about 72 folks that are here on the Zoom platform with us. If you're on the CaliPA video and didn't get an opportunity to sign up in time for this Zoom, the Zoom platform now in this listening session, which you need to be on if you're going to engage with us, there will be a second listening session that we'll hold because we've had so many folks and still interest here even after the deadline for registration for comments to participate in person, that is for comment, which was last Friday. If it would be better for you to attend that second session because you're not sure if you can stay for the full time on this one, that is fine. And more importantly, know that this isn't our only opportunity for engagement on this very important topic to the board. And so here, want to make sure that everyone is being provided plenty of opportunity. This isn't our only opportunity, but know that we'll also accept written comments from everyone at this point as well. It's important to note that this listening session is, if you will, an additional layer of public process that will be in addition to what is our ongoing public processes around the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. And for that, I would just want to recognize that there may be some frustration with the scheduling of this meeting, or perhaps, again, a feeling that there wasn't enough opportunity to have notice or participate. And we apologize for that frustration. You know, we are attempting to take into consideration a number of different factors, including a need, as we know and continue to feel, to expeditiously get through the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. But we've heard having additional opportunities for engagement. And here, importantly, because we've laid out a timeline to complete the Bay Delta standard update, and here we'll get into more here sooner, but by next summer, next fall, means that now is the time to engage. This is the first of many. And again, I think we just want to say we appreciate everyone's patience as we go through this. So just to note on that second listening session, we'll probably be interested in doing that in about a month. So everyone is aware of that. And if there are, with these scheduling issues, we're not meant to try to undercut anyone's participation. So we also recognize that parties are eager to provide input on these topics relative to the voluntary agreements. And there, the board's process is to consider the voluntary agreements is and will remain a public process. The board has not made any decisions regarding approval of voluntary agreements. That will not occur until the board has concluded a full public process, including consideration of input received through this and other listening sessions, and comments received on forthcoming planning and analysis documents that staff will discuss in their presentation. With regard to the large group we have today, in order to ensure that we provide an opportunity to hear from everyone, we are going to provide a short staff presentation to provide as much time as possible for feedback from participants. We're also going to ask that speakers limit comments to 3 minutes or so, and identify support for comments and identify support for comments that have already been made, rather than repeating comments. So if you hear someone make a comment, you can kind of plus it up and then perhaps try to add additional ones. But again, use your time as you would like. And any extra time after the end of the session, we're happy to go back to folks who have additional comments or try to answer questions. I think because we have so many that are already here with us, the ability to stop, pause, and reflect and answer questions in real time will not be as really there. Well, I think at times I'll try to, especially if we're hearing common questions or misunderstanding, bring in our folks to explain. And then otherwise, this is a listening session, so I'll do my best to really be here to provide the time for you to explain to us how you're seeing the board's very important work and project. And then again, there will be, as we move on through this work, there will be additional time for comment. So the purpose of today's listening session is to receive input from you all, environmental groups, underserved communities, our Black, Indigenous, and people of color organizations and communities, or BIPOC, as we say, and on the board's current efforts. Ultimately, it's on the board's current efforts to update the Bay Delta Plan, and including consideration of possible voluntary agreements. Today's listening session will provide an overview of the State Board's Bay Delta planning and implementation activities, including explanation of how proposed voluntary agreements were developed and how they're being considered by the board. To help with that explanation, we have leadership from the Department of Water Resources and the Department of Fish and Wildlife here who have helped develop those proposals to answer those questions that are associated with those agreements that, again, the board is considering and is part of the Bay Delta Plan effort writ large. So the Bay Delta Plan is currently being updated and implemented through separate but related processes. And important here at the top to note that in 2018, the State Board updated flow objectives for the protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses on the lower San Joaquin River. So it's a two-part process that we're doing on the standards update. We've already completed the first part, which is on the lower San Joaquin as it connects to then the system. Next, we're going to be considering adoption of standards for the Delta and Sacramento, and those are going to be forthcoming. What's part of both of those projects are voluntary agreements. So even on the lower San Joaquin, there is a proposed Tuolumne River voluntary agreement, and that's at least on one of the 3 tributaries for that part. So as we update, currently the Bay Delta's standards for the Sacramento River Delta and east side tributaries for the Delta, we're also entertaining voluntary agreements there. As I stated earlier, the board has not approved any agreements and will consider the input received throughout the board's public processes to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan and to determine how to proceed. We very much appreciate your attendance here today and your willingness to share your perspectives with us. Again, I want to acknowledge any frustration that folks have. I see I have about 4 hands up. I will just ask that you allow us to get through the staff presentation first, and then folks, I will hand it off to someone who will help kind of get through how we will order everyone's comments, but I will take these 5 people, we'll note the 5 folks that have their hands up now, and we'll take you first after the staff presentation. So bear with us. Again, I appreciate everyone's participation. And with that, we'll move to the board staff presentation and hand it off to Jose Ayala, Nicole Williamson, and Aaron Forsman.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair Esquivel. I'd also like to welcome you to the State Water Board's public listening session on efforts to update and implement the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary. My name is Jose Ayala. I'm an environmental scientist with the State Water Board. Next slide, please. So this slide provides an agenda for today's listening session. We just heard opening remarks from Board Chair Joaquin Esquivel. The next agenda item is the State Water Board staff presentation on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan, update and implementation efforts. After that, California Department of Fish and Wildlife and Department of Water Resources staff will provide a presentation on proposed voluntary agreements to those update and implementation efforts. After the staff presentations, we'll hear public comments. We look forward to hearing your feedback and questions regarding these efforts. We will take a break later this afternoon as well. When we return from the break, we'll continue with public comments. This listening session is scheduled to end at 7 p.m. As Chair Esquivel stated, we are also planning to hold a second environmental justice listening session in about a month that we will notice this week to receive any comments we may not be able to cover today. We will also provide an opportunity for written comments. Next slide, please. So this slide provides information on how to participate in today's discussion. First, you must be on the Zoom platform to speak. If you are currently watching the meeting via webcast and intend to speak, you may send an email to bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov to request the Zoom login information. In order to successfully manage today's listening session, we ask that all attendees change their display names on Zoom to their first name, last name, and organization affiliation. To do this, hover over your name, click on the ellipses, and click on Rename. This process may be slightly different if you're attending this meeting on your phone or from your web browser. During the discussion portion of our listening session, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom. We will be providing a list of upcoming speakers in the chat. Please be ready to speak when it's your turn so that we can provide the opportunity for everyone to be heard. Staff will unmute you so you can provide your comments. Please be aware that approximately 200 people have registered to speak during the listening session. Because this is a much greater response than we had expected, to ensure that all participants have the opportunity to provide comments, their comments and questions, we are asking that speakers provide their comments in about 3 minutes. In addition, we ask that speakers please keep comments concise and avoid repetition with prior commenters. If you would like to ask questions, please write them in the Q&A feature. Staff will be monitoring the Q&A and will respond to questions received. Finally, please be respectful of other participants and staff. We recognize the concerns that exist and want to hear them and make sure they are considered in the board's processes. Next slide, please. The purpose of this public listening session is to provide an overview of the board's overall Bay Delta Plan update and implementation efforts and to receive input from environmental interests, representatives of economically disadvantaged communities, and Black, Indigenous, and people of color organizations on the board's current efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan, including consideration of possible voluntary agreements to those update and implementation efforts. In this presentation, board staff will briefly describe the Bay Delta Plan, including its scope and the current efforts to update and implement it. Those efforts include the lower San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan, Sacramento River, Delta, and Delta Eastside tributaries update to the Bay Delta Plan, and consideration of proposed voluntary agreements. We will also discuss upcoming opportunities for public engagement. We will also identify a few questions to guide the discussion portion of today's listening session. Next slide, please. State law requires that the State Water Board and the regional boards adopt water quality control plans that ensure beneficial uses of water in an area, such as municipal, industrial, agriculture, and fish and wildlife uses are protected. The State Water Board protects water quality that affects beneficial uses of water in the Bay Delta in part through its Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan was adopted in 1978 and was amended several times, most recently in 2018. The Bay Delta Plan identifies 1, beneficial uses of water in the Bay Delta, including municipal and industrial, agricultural, and fish and wildlife beneficial uses. 2, water quality objectives to reasonably protect those beneficial uses. And 3, a program of implementation to achieve those objectives, including actions the State Water Board will take, such as implementing flow requirements, and actions the State Water Board will take with others, or recommendations to others for actions they should take, such as habitat restoration actions. The Bay Delta Plan contains water quality objectives that are both narrative and numeric. Narrative objectives describe the general water quality and flow conditions that must be attained through watershed management. They also serve as the basis for detailed numeric objectives. Numeric objectives are specific numbers, for example, cubic feet per second, CFS, of flow or percentages of unimpaired flow. The 2018 update to the Bay Delta Plan was the first to use unimpaired flow as the way to measure what percentage of flow would be left in stream to meet fish and wildlife beneficial uses. Unimpaired flow is the flow that would accumulate in surface waters in response to rainfall and snowmelt and flow downstream if there were no reservoirs or diversions to change the quantity, timing, and magnitude of flows. The Bay Delta Plan also includes other flow-related requirements like salinity, dissolved oxygen, and water project operational requirements to protect fish and other aquatic species. The State Water Board is required under California law and federal law to periodically review its water quality control plans and to update those plans as needed. The State Water Board is actively engaged in efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan to provide reasonable protection of fish and wildlife in the Bay Delta watershed. The board recognizes that populations of native aquatic species in the Bay Delta have experienced significant declines in recent decades, and the current efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan are meant to help address these declines. Next slide, please. This next portion of the presentation will discuss the State Water Board's current efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. This slide provides an overall map of the Bay Delta watershed and the areas covered by the Bay Delta planning and implementation process. The Bay Delta watershed includes the Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems, the Delta, Sassoon Marsh, and San Francisco Bay. The Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems, including their tributaries, drain water from about 40% of California's land area, supporting a variety of beneficial uses. The Bay Delta is one of the most important ecosystems in California. As the largest tidal estuary on the western coast of the Americas, it supports a vast array of aquatic, terrestrial, and avian wildlife in the Delta, San Francisco Bay, and nearshore ocean, as well as a diverse assemblage of species upstream of the Delta. The watershed is also an integral part of California's water supply system for people and farms. Native species in the Bay Delta ecosystem are experiencing an ecological crisis. For decades, critical habitat has been converted to farmland and urban uses. The quality of water in the channels has been degraded. There has been a substantial overall reduction in flows and significant changes in the timing and distribution of those flows, and species have been cut off from natal waters. This has led to severe declines and in some cases extinctions of native fish and other aquatic species. Expeditious action is needed on the watershed level to address the crisis, including actions by the State Water Board, state and federal fish and wildlife agencies, and water agencies and other water users. The State Water Board is the primary agency responsible for addressing the flow and water quality issues, and is doing so in part through its efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. As Chair Esquivel indicated, the Bay Delta Plan is being updated and implemented through concurrent related processes. The State Water Board updated the Bay Delta Plan's lower San Joaquin River and tributary flow and Southern Delta salinity components in 2018. Efforts are currently underway to implement these updates and to consider a voluntary agreement on the Tuolumne River. In addition, the board is currently in the process of considering updates to other portions of the Bay Delta Plan covering the Sacramento River and Delta, including considerations of proposed voluntary agreements. As Chair Esquivel indicated, the board has not approved voluntary agreements and will consider the input received throughout the board's public processes, including input provided by the public to inform its decisions. Next slide, please. The blue oval in the slide identifies the general geographic scope of the Bay Delta Plan's lower San Joaquin River tributary flows and Southern Delta salinity components. This geographic area generally covers the lower San Joaquin River, its three main tributaries, including the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced Rivers, and the Southern Delta. Next slide, please. The blue oval in this slide identifies the general geographic scope of a portion of the Bay Delta Plan, including the Sacramento River and its tributaries, the Delta Eastside tributaries, including the Cosumnes, McCollum, and Calaveras Rivers, and the Delta. This area is referred to as the Sacramento Delta Watershed, or SAC Delta for short. I will now turn it over to Erin Forsman to provide more information on efforts related to lower San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta salinity. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Jose. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erin Forsman, and I'm a program manager with the State Water Board. I will present the next few slides about the Bay Delta Plan work in the lower San Joaquin River watershed and southern Sacramento San Joaquin Delta. This slide shows a map of the areas of the Bay Delta Plan that were updated in 2018. The updates included new and revised objectives and a program of implementation for for lower San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta salinity. The Southern Delta salinity requirements were revised to provide reasonable protection of agriculture in the Southern Delta. The lower San Joaquin River flow requirements were updated to provide reasonable protection of fish and wildlife from the lower San Joaquin River watershed through the Delta. The lower San Joaquin River flow requirements include a new tributary flow objective that applies to the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced rivers at the confluence with the lower San Joaquin River. And for practical means, we use the gauge that's nearest the confluence. That point can be seen as the 3 green points on the map on each of the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced rivers. The tributary flow objective requires 40% of unimpaired flow to be left in stream for fish and wildlife from February through June. As Jose identified, unimpaired flow represents the water production of a river basin when it's not altered by upstream diversions, storage, or export or import of water to or from other watersheds. It's essentially an estimate of available water supplies that can be used for different purposes, including providing in-stream flows, supporting water diversions for agriculture, municipal, and other uses. The flow requirements include provisions for adaptive implementation to improve intended fisheries response, avoid impacts, and minimize water supply impacts. In addition to the tributary flows, there's also a revised minimum in-stream flow requirement on the lower San Joaquin River at Vernalis. We can see this on the map as the half yellow and half green point. The revised objective requires flows at Vernalis, as provided by the percent of unimpaired flow objective on the tributaries, to be at least 1,000 CFS, that's cubic feet per second, within an adaptive range of 800 to 1,200 CFS. Moving into the Southern Delta, the 2018 updates to the Bay Delta Plan also include a revised salinity objective and implementation measures for reasonable protection of agriculture in the Southern Delta. In the interest of time and focusing on issues we think the audience is most interested in, I'm going to focus on lower San Joaquin River flows and get into the fewer of the details of Southern Delta salinity requirements. Next slide. While the State Water Board has completed updates to the lower San Joaquin River flow components of the Bay Delta Plan, additional actions are needed to implement the changes through requirements on specific water right holders. This slide provides a summary of the implementation actions that have been completed to date. The Bay Delta Plan requires completion of several actions to inform implementation. These actions include development of biological goals, which are quantitative metrics that the State Water Board will use to assess if the actions it's taking under the Bay Delta Plan are making sufficient progress toward achieving and maintaining natural production of viable native fish and aquatic species populations. Also included are compliance methods for the percent of unimpaired flow objective and procedures for adaptive implementation of lower San Joaquin River flows in order to inform specific flow implementation. Last, our formation of the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced Working Group, comprised of agency representatives and others with relevant experience in fisheries and water management to help inform implementation actions. The State Water Board has been making progress on these initial implementation steps, including forming an STM working group and developing draft biological goals that have gone through public comment and comment from STM members. The State Water Board's executive director has also approved initial methods for assessing unimpaired flow compliance to transition to the new tributary-specific variable flows based on a portion of unimpaired flows. A notice for development of an environmental impact report in support of a regulation to implement the flow objectives was released last summer. In addition to the efforts to implement the lower San Joaquin River flow objective adopted in 2018, in the fall, the State Water Board received a proposed voluntary agreement for the Tuolumne River that staff are currently working to evaluate, including providing opportunities for public review and input. The board has not made any decision about the Tuolumne River VA or other VAs and will conduct a full public process in order to inform whether to approve proposed VAs. Next slide. This slide summarizes the next steps in the process for completing the initial implementation activities for lower San Joaquin River flows including opportunities for public engagement. The next step for biological goals for lower San Joaquin River flows include reviewing and responding to public comments, board workshop for public comment on the final draft initial biological goals report, and board meeting for consideration and action on final initial biological goals. The next steps for unimpaired flow compliance methods and procedures for adaptive implementation include releasing a draft report for public comment that describes compliance methods for lower San Joaquin River flows unimpaired flow objective and identifies procedures for adaptive implementation. Holding a staff workshop and process for seeking STM working group recommendations, a review and response to comments, and issuing a final report for executive director action. Next slide. This slide summarizes the next steps in the process for completing the implementing regulation. Actions that would occur to consider a voluntary agreement on the Tuolumne River and opportunities for public engagement in that process. For the implementing regulation, the next steps include releasing a draft regulation that provides for the implementation of flow and salinity objectives and the program of implementation, and a draft environmental impact report that provides environmental analysis in support of the draft regulation. After that, we will receive public comments, we'll have public workshops, and we will do an associated review and response to comments. After that part of the process, we will issue a final environmental impact report, final regulation, and board workshop, where the public will also have an opportunity to provide comments. Then the board meeting for consideration and action would be scheduled. And after that, if there's approval, we would submit it to the Office of Administrative Law for review. To initiate the public process to consider a Tuolumne River BA, the board plans to issue a notice of possible Bay Delta Plan amendment and scoping meeting to receive public input on possible updates to the Bay Delta Plan and associated environmental analyses. The following process would occur to consider the Tuolumne River BA. A draft scientific basis report and a draft staff report would be produced for the Tuolumne River BA and associated public comments and workshops. A final scientific basis report and staff report with response to comments, a workshop, which would also include additional public comment, and then a board meeting for consideration and action. Next slide. On this slide, we have an anticipated schedule for completing actions to implement the 2018 Bay Delta Plan updates for lower San Joaquin River flows and consideration of the Tuolumne River BA. The schedule is optimistic and it generally represents the earliest dates for completing these actions. So starting in winter, spring of 2023, just about this time period, we anticipate issuing a notice of possible Tuolumne River VA plan amendments. We also anticipate releasing what we're calling now a second revised draft initial biological goals for lower San Joaquin River flows report. We also plan to have a board workshop and final draft initial biological goals report for lower San Joaquin River flows. In the spring, summer time period, we anticipate scheduling a board meeting to act on biological goals for lower San Joaquin River flows. We also anticipate releasing a draft unimpaired flow compliance methods and procedures for adaptive implementation report. We also anticipate releasing a draft scientific basis report for the Tuolumne River BA. Turning the corner into fall, we anticipate releasing a draft staff report for Bay Delta Plan amendment for Tuolumne River BA and a draft regulation and draft environmental impact report in support of a regulation implementing lower San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta salinity. In the winter spring of 2024, so just about a year from now, we anticipate having a final draft staff report for the Tuolumne River VA, a board workshop in consideration of the Tuolumne River VA, a final draft environmental impact report and regulation implementing lower San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta salinity, board consideration of regulation implementing lower San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta salinity. I will now transition the presentation over to Nicole Williamson, and she will provide a summary of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Erin. My name's Nicole Williamson, and I'm a program manager here at the State Water Board. Next slide, please. So in these next few slides, I'll provide an overview of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. This slide provides some background on the actions to date to update the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta Plan. In the fall of 2017, we released a scientific basis report that generally described staff recommendations for Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and documented the science upon which those changes are based. An earlier draft of the science report was reviewed by the Delta Independent Science Board and the public, revised in light of the input received, and then was independently peer-reviewed before being finalized and released. In 2018, during the consideration process for the 2018 updates to the Bay Delta Plan, board staff released a framework for possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, identified by staff at the time. The framework provided additional information regarding the staff proposed Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including possible inflow objectives for the Sacramento River and tributaries and Delta East Side tributaries that call for 55% of unimpaired flow with an adaptive range from 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow. In addition to possible inflows, the framework identifies possible cold water habitat provisions that would require tailored measures based on the specific needs within each individual tributary to ensure that reservoirs are operated in a manner that provides needed cold water habitat for salmonids, or that other measures to provide cold water habitat are taken. The framework also identifies an inflow-based delta outflow objective that would require that required inflows from the Sacramento Delta tributaries and the San Joaquin River be provided as outflows. The framework also includes possible interior delta flow objectives to establish needed flow conditions in the interior delta to reasonably protect native fish populations migrating through and rearing in the delta. And it includes monitoring, reporting, and evaluation provisions, as well as other provisions. In 2022, the State Water Board received a memorandum of understanding for voluntary agreement proposals for the update and implementation of the Bay Delta Plan that proposes flow and habitat restoration actions on several tributaries to the Delta and in the Delta that are intended to meet a proposed new narrative ecosystem protection objective and contribute to the existing salmon protection objective, calling for the doubling of salmon populations. The State Water Board is not a signatory to the Memorandum of Understanding and has made no decision regarding whether to approve the voluntary agreements. Board staff have been working to develop the draft scientific and environmental evaluations of the proposed voluntary agreements for public review and input. Following a full public process, the State Water Board will consider whether to incorporate the proposed voluntary agreements in the Bay Delta Plan. As Aaron discussed, the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement will be the subject of a separate scientific basis report and consideration process. Most recently, in January 2023, staff released a draft scientific basis report supplement in support of possible Sacramento Delta voluntary agreements for public review and comment. A workshop on the draft scientific basis report supplement was also held in January 2023 to receive oral public comments. The report is currently being revised based on comments received during the workshop and the public comment period. Next slide, please. State Water Board staff are currently preparing a draft staff report and substitute environmental document that will include an analysis and evaluation of potential water supply, environmental, economic, and related effects of several different alternatives for updating the Sacramento Delta portions of the Bay Delta Plan in a draft, the draft staff report that will be released for public review and comment in late spring or early summer of 2023. One alternative analyzed in the staff report is the staff proposed Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan discussed in the 2018 framework document. The staff report also analyzes the proposed voluntary agreement as a project alternative. The proposed voluntary agreement includes flow assets and habitat restoration measures on a portion of the Sacramento Delta tributaries. Again, the board has not approved voluntary agreements and will consider the input received through the board's public processes, including input provided by the public, to inform its decisions. Next slide, please. This slide provides a brief summary of the key provisions of the voluntary agreement proposal. Staff from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and Department of Water Resources will provide more information regarding the proposed voluntary agreements in their presentation. Next slide. This slide provides a timeline of upcoming actions to complete the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan and opportunities for public engagement in the process. First, the draft scientific basis report supplement for the proposed Sacramento Delta voluntary agreements is currently being updated. After the report is updated, it will be submitted for independent peer review pursuant to requirements of the Public Health and Safety Code. This is anticipated to occur in late spring or early summer, commensurate with the release of the draft staff report. The staff report will analyze the environmental, economic, and other effects of possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, including evaluation of the Sacramento Delta voluntary agreement proposal and the staff framework proposal, as well as other alternatives. Following the release of the draft staff report, the State Water Board will hold a public workshop to receive input on the draft staff report. In the spring or summer of 2024, staff anticipates release of a final draft staff report and substitute environmental document, including responses to comments and proposed Sacramento Delta changes to the Bay Delta Plan. Finally, we anticipate the board's consideration of Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan in the summer or fall of 2024. Next slide, please. This slide provides some questions for participants to consider to guide the comment portion of today's listening session. We will return to this slide and display these questions during the discussion portion of the listening session. First, what questions do you have about the State Water Board's process to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan, including the proposed voluntary agreements? And second, are there environmental justice issues that the State Water Board should be aware of during the process of updating and implementing the Bay Delta Plan? Additional feedback that you may wish to share during the discussion portion of today's listening session is also welcome. Written questions and comments can also be directed to bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov. Please use the subject line 3/27/23 listening session questions and comments. Next slide. I'd like to end this presentation by identifying some additional resources available to interested parties who may wish to learn more about the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes and to connect with our team. As mentioned on the last slide, written questions and comments can be directed to our bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov email inbox with the subject line 3/27/23 listening session questions and comments. The Bay Delta Watershed Efforts webpage is our main program page and contains information on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation efforts. This slide also has some information about subscribing to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list, which is used to provide updates to interested parties related to the State Water Board's efforts to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. This concludes the State Water Board staff presentation. Next, California Department of Fish and Wildlife and Department of Water Resources staff will provide a presentation focused on the proposed voluntary agreements. We will then move to the discussion portion of the listening session. Thank you for attending. We look forward to hearing your feedback. I will now turn it back over to Board Chair Joaquin Esquivel.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Now I'll transition over to Department of Water Resources and California Department of Fish and Wildlife for their component of the presentation to go into a bit deeper on the voluntary agreements, their development, and everyone's work there on that side. Good to see you, Mr. Sarah.
Thank you, Chair Asquith. Can we bring up the other presentation? Then I promise that we'll be fast so we can get going with the actual listening on our part. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bjarni Serup, and I'm a senior environmental scientist with Department of Fish and Wildlife. We are just going to give, with me being myself and Louise Conrad from Department of Water Resources, just a brief overview of structure and processes of voluntary agreements. Next slide, please. So Nicole covered some of this, but the proposed voluntary agreements are outlined in the MOU that was submitted to the board in March with updates in August and November 2022. It's an 8-year term, and it contributes to the board's narrative objectives, as Nicole also said. That is more specifically attempting to reach the doubling of salmon populations, and there's also a narrative for viability of native fish populations. The MOU covers both tributary and delta flow actions, as well as habitat restoration on the Sacramento River, Feather River, Yuba River, the American River, Poudre Creek, Mokelumne, Tuolumne, and Friant. It also includes some water purchases and export reductions in the delta. Furthermore, it includes language on governance, science, monitoring, and review. Next slide. So currently, there are a number of VA-related work groups trying to develop the package that the Water Board essentially will be asked to consider in the fall of 2024. The central group here is the system-wide action team, doing communications and outreach and coordinating with the governor's office and state principals. Below the system-wide action team, there are a handful of work groups, one focusing on habitat restoration actions, flow accounting. There's a science committee. Louise Conrad will talk a little bit more about the science aspects of this in her slides. There's a work group on funding and a legal work group. The statewide or the system-wide action team is really responsible for coordinating across all of these work streams related to the submission of these documents to the Water Board next year, and oversee the production of VA planning and governance documents. It also coordinates activities on potential early implementation of flow and restoration actions. And it is responsible for developing measurable outcomes for success and the criteria that those metrics are going to be based upon. Next slide. So looking ahead, what the VA governance structure is proposed to look like at this point. There's going to be a system-wide governance committee, hopefully with representation from state and federal agencies, California Native American tribes, public water agencies, water users, environmental organizations, and potentially more entities. Under that, there'll be a VA program office, a VA flow operations team, and a VA science committee. So this is the system-wide scale. There'll be coordination going back out to the specific tributaries and the delta. That's also going to have government entities that are really specific to the signatories and interested parties on the specific tributaries. There's going to be 5 key responsibilities for this governance, system-wide governance structure. One is decision-making, really managing the VA science program and the measures consistent with the terms of the voluntary agreements. It's also supposed to make decisions on recommendation to implementing actions. There's a responsibility of reporting. So there will be triennial reporting to the Water Board on progress and the metrics and criteria. It's also responsible for strategic planning and more specifically implementing the strategic plan and maybe even finalizing that's going to be part of the VA structure. And then finally, the last two responsibilities are coordination and consistency, meaning there's coordination across the tributaries and overall benefits of the VA program, such as there could be delta inflow, for example, coordination, all of these actions, and consistency, just ensuring that implementation is consistent with the VA MOU. On tributary specific entities, their responsibilities are also tributary specific implementation, reporting back to the system-wide governance committee, and then making decisions on specific actions on those tributaries. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Louise Conrad.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Bjarne, very much. And I'm going to just talk a little bit more about the Science Committee, which Bjarne already noted is one of the ones that will feed information to the System-Wide Governance Committee. And the reason I want to talk about this one in particular is because we are working hard to develop a group and a plan that will position the voluntary agreement program in order to really provide opportunities for learning as we go forward in terms of how a flow and habitat approach works for the species that we're trying to benefit. And I forgot to say also a thank you to the board for setting this up and for everyone that's here taking time out of your schedule to be here and engage on this issue, which is of major importance to California. I serve as the lead scientist for Department of Water Resources, and really glad to be here today to get the input from you and anxious to get to the listening portion. Let's go ahead to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is to provide a little more information about the Voluntary Agreement Science Committee. And I want to make some distinctions on this slide between the committee, the science plan, and the science program. Often these are terms that are used somewhat interchangeably, but they are actually different. So this science committee is the group of people that have technical knowledge and are able to provide information to a governance group, including recommendations. This group is responsible for developing the science plan, which is a clear description, will contain a clear description of the hypotheses, our predictions for exactly how voluntary agreement actions, both flow and non-flow, would play out, and how exactly those responses would be measured, and on what baseline would they be compared. So currently, this science plan is one of the documents that will be provided to the State Water Board for their consideration of the voluntary agreement package. So the committee, which formed only recently in late 2022 and is still adding membership, is currently working to draft this science plan. And I want to note that this science committee is an opportunity for representation of non-governmental organizations and California Native American tribes. We would welcome that participation and happy to have follow-up conversations about that. We would welcome that participation because we do feel it would make the program much better. And then finally, the science program as a whole is really a collective of monitoring programs and knowledge sources that can be used to inform the actions and their adaptive management. For example, how flow measures are deployed. We anticipate that we're going to need to use existing monitoring programs in large part to be able to evaluate how the species, for example, Chinook salmon, are responding to a restoration and flow approach. As we collect information about all the existing monitoring programs, how they serve to provide information that's responsive to the metrics that are identified in the plan. We will also be identifying information, data, and knowledge gaps that we have not yet contained in the plan, or perhaps don't have mechanisms on the ground for collecting that information. And that's also part of the science plan, is identifying where we have these gaps and then thinking about what are the priority gaps to fill. These are all active discussions, will continue to evolve over the course of the program pending its adoption. And I think are opportunities to get broad input. And that is very important, as I've said, for having a comprehensive and balanced program that is truly evaluating the response of the actions, response to the actions from Chinook salmon and other native species. Next slide, please. So just to frame this a little bit and a little bit more detail, but also not go into so much detail to take too much time. A goal of the voluntary agreement program is to have an adaptive management approach. As Bjarni mentioned, there is a triennial evaluation phase, so that we're providing to the board at years 3 and 6 synthesis reports, as we're calling them now, that look at as a whole and for the individual metrics that we've identified at the science plan, what are we seeing? And we want to do that in a tiered approach. So the questions on the left side of the screen are intended to show that tiered approach, that's starting with the bottom tier, are looking at a site scale. In a local region, are we seeing evidence that flow and non-flow measures are having intended biological and physical effects? So an example of a biological effect might be increased food resources for Chinook salmon where floodplain habitat has been restored and there is more access for fish to those floodplain habitats. And for example, for a flow measure in the tributary, an example might be, are we seeing a decrease in pathogens that can impact salmon as they try to complete their life cycle as a result of flow measures? At another scale, at a tributary wide scale, are flow and non-flow measures having intended outcomes for Chinook salmon and other species at the tributary scale? So if we are seeing a positive impact of these flow and non-flow measures, we should see an increase in the number of juveniles that are leaving a system. So that's just an example of another metric. And then finally, at a more system-wide scale, is there evidence that there are trends for native species that are supporting the State Water Board narrative objectives, including evidence for population increase? So those are examples of large questions with the Science Committee, which again, I hope expands to include broader representation. We have much more detailed questions, but all of them should provide in aggregate, they should be able to address these very big questions. And that major pivot point for learning about how we're doing happens at that evaluate and learn place in this cycle of adaptive management here, which we anticipate happening at years 3 and 6 largely. So with that, we did not plan additional content for this part. We want to get to that listening portion. So you can please go to the next slide. DWR and CDFW staff are here for the remainder of the listening session and ready to listen to your comments and respond as much as we are able today. Thank you.
Thank you both for being here. Again, this is a real critical opportunity. These are huge issues before the board, and we just appreciate everyone's patience and participation, importantly, today. This brings us to our comments, and I want to make a few notes here at the top. First, we did have a separate tribal listening session where we heard from tribes, but I want to acknowledge that we may have tribes and or tribal representatives here on the call or platform with us today, and provide them an opportunity to be able to speak first before us. And once if there are any of you that are here and would like to speak, please do just either send a chat to the hosts and panelists here, and we can call on you, or you can try raising your hand as well. Importantly, I see that there are a number of folks who have their hands raised. We'll now next transition to is just a panel at the start of a number of groups that were interested in presenting before the board. I asked that everyone stay to 3 minutes. So that means that this panel will take about 30 minutes or so, and then we will get into the individual commenters. And we will go by order of hand raised. And so feel free to begin to raise your hands there, and so as to start to queue up, and we'll just go through the line. So I think that's the only real comment I wanted to make sure and make at the top. I'm not seeing any tribal representatives that wish to speak first. And so then I believe I will be looking here to Ashley Overhouse, who has organized this panel, and she is with Defenders of Wildlife. Additionally, as we get into the speaking, as you come up to speak, if you're with an organization and wish to identify yourself with one, please to state and speak as much. And please do state your name as well as you come and make comment. I'm taking one last look to make sure. Okay, Anissa Fragoso, please do speak. I believe I was giving one last moment to be able to make sure we had, and I believe you are a tribal representative, so please do unmute. I believe you should be invited to do so.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Anissa.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
I just wanted to make sure you all can hear me.
We can, thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this very important issue. My name is Anissa Fragoso. I'm a Latina woman, small business owner for Farmers Insurance here in downtown Merced. I also serve as the Merced County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Board President. I would like to take this time to first and foremost suggest you begin by focusing your efforts on the pollution in the Bay Delta and illegal water diversions. The cities that surround the Delta should be held accountable for the poor management of these bodies of water and the decline of these species. As a former resident of San Joaquin County, I'm well aware of the sewage dumped into the Bay Delta by the city of Stockton. This should be your priority. Me and my neighbors 100 miles upstream are not the people responsible for the Bay Delta's water quality problems that you allowed to fester. I represent one of the most disadvantaged and most diverse business communities in the state. In Merced, more than half our population is Hispanic. We also have large numbers other ethnic populations, including Asian Americans, which include resettled Hmong refugees. If the State Water Board wants to know if its Bay Delta plan is going to hurt people of color and people in disadvantaged communities, the answer is yes. I am one of them, as are the people I represent. The state is putting our very way of life in jeopardy. The water we have used for more than 100 years fuels half of Merced County's $3.4 billion agricultural industry and will result in widespread consequences to our already stressed economy. Our agriculture economy employs ag workers, truckers, production and processing workers, banking, finance, veterinarian medicine, and on. The water you're going to take from our community will directly harm thousands of racially and ethnically diverse families. Additionally, although I understand and refuse to accept that there is a connection, the water you intend to take from our community is directly responsible for our groundwater recharge. This is the same groundwater our cities use for drinking. How can you simply ignore this? Taking our water from our communities is not okay. We will not be okay. Our farmers will not be okay. Their workers will not be okay. Again, this is very simple. If you want to know how the Bay Delta plan will affect people of color, ethnic minorities, and disadvantaged communities, the answer is this: you will cause harm, will cause them to be unemployed, and you will increase crime and mental health challenges, and you will harm their drinking water. That is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fragoso. And apologies, I misidentified you as a tribal member and had you go first there, but nonetheless, your comments is just as valid. We've recorded them and appreciate your participation. And thank you. With that, I would like to make sure now and go here to our panel. And hold on one moment. Let me make sure I'm and yes, our next panel, and we'll invite Ashley Overhouse, who I believe organized this panel. Once that is complete, we will get further into individual comments, and thank everyone for their patience around this.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar. I hope you can hear me.
I can, thank you.
Wonderful, good. Thank you again for having us. I really appreciate the opportunity to give public comment. Ashley Overhouse with Defenders of Wildlife. We have 10 speakers here before you, including myself, and I'd like to start with Miss Willie from Save California Salmon, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Casil Willie. I am a Pomo and Paiute tribal member, and I am the staff attorney for Save California Salmon. I'd like to start out by commenting on the inequity that was created with the decision to move forward with voluntary agreements. Firstly, I'd like to draw attention to who were the signatories to the 2022 VAs.
I apologize, Ms. Willie. I was just going to say, I want to make sure and emphasize clear at the top. We have not moved forward with the voluntary agreements. The board is still in consideration of those. But I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I did.
Oh,
I'll let you continue to speak.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Anyways, the signatories to the 2020 VAs were state and federal agencies, local water agencies, private agricultural companies, and a nonprofit mutual benefit corporation, which turns out is just another organization focused on obtaining water for agriculture. Second, I'd like to draw attention to who was not a signatory to the VAs: tribes or tribal interest groups, environmental justice communities, disadvantaged communities, and even fishing interests were excluded. All of these groups share similar goals to maintain high water flows, protect fish and other aquatic species, and to protect the health of the Bay Delta ecosystem. But the VAs were created in a way that did not allow for tribal, environmental justice, or other communities to give any input. They were created by powerful water interests with no interest in preserving tribal cultural resources and no interest in protecting the health of disadvantaged communities that live near and depend on the Bay Delta. The parties to the VA sidestepped the administrative process because they did not want the science and public-based process that was occurring to move forward. Many California tribes have supported the democratic and science-based Bay Delta plan updates thus far that would provide more water for salmon. Salmon are a vital part of the culture of California tribes whose traditional lands surround the waterways that salmon travel. The severe loss of salmon has had extreme health and cultural impacts on California's Native peoples who have already suffered having our land and water rights taken from us through colonization. California's water rights system was meant to support miners and large landowners, not tribes. Now, voluntary agreements are threatening to further exclude the original water rights holders of the state, which means California tribes must fight harder for their water rights and for the rights of their salmon relatives. The exclusion of tribal and environmental justice communities has led to the failure to create and implement a suitable Bay Delta plan. The draft scientific report that was presented on in January is a clear example of a situation where including these communities would have benefited the board. The science report for the VAs did not include tribal ecological knowledge, used old science, and failed to address climate change, which we all know has been impacting tribal and environmental justice communities more severely and at much higher rates. Relying on the VAs would be disastrous for BIPOC communities, and the Bay Delta Plan must go through proper administrative channels so that these communities have the opportunity to effectively participate throughout the process rather than being invited to comment at the last stage when the VAs have already been developed. Additionally, the State Water Board should be following its own Racial Equity Action Plan guidelines, specifically Goal 1B, programs and policies are evaluated and realigned to address racial injustices. Implementing these VAs is counter to the goals of the Racial Equity Action Plan. In conclusion, why would these privately created VAs dictate the protection of the Bay Delta Plan when tribes and environmental justice communities are left to suffer the consequences of poor water management? Prioritizing the concerns of these communities, especially tribal communities, should come first. If the board were truly concerned with racial equity, then it would not be considering the VAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willie. Next, and thank you, Ms. Overhouse. I believe I do now have the list of names of everyone that will be on your panel, so I can help get through them. Next, I believe we have Barbara Berrigan-Perea.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Since 2016, Restore the Delta has stood shoulder to shoulder with representatives from environmental justice communities and tribes before this board to advocate for a completed Bay Delta Plan. I want to point out that today's session was not noticed as a BIPOC event, and the communication around this entire process has been very difficult. Our coalition includes the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, the Winnemem Wintu Tribe, Little Manila Rising, and Save California Salmon. And we've filed a formal petition with US EPA asking them for rulemaking to complete the Bay Delta Plan because of the numerous delays from this board. We have also filed a Title VI complaint because the board has prioritized work on the scientifically and culturally inadequate voluntary agreements rather than updating the Bay Delta Plan and implementing standards with the sense of urgency that is needed. The decisions for the voluntary agreements are not being made in a scientific basis by the board. They are being made in the Resources Agency and by the governor's office, and they are an exclusionary, discriminatory political process. We have had to respond to numerous temporary urgency change petitions where our concerns have been repeatedly ignored. We participated in equity workshops where our calls for establishing tribal water rights and beneficial uses of water for tribes and protective standards for Delta environmental justice communities have been ignored. We have responded to every barrier petition, export ruling, inadequate plans around dam management and temperature control updates. And this, and the board ignores our needs on this on every front. This is culminated now with collapsing fisheries, a closed salmon season, and an 8-year delay for a protective standard for harmful algal blooms. We have shown this board repeatedly the health impacts from harmful algal blooms, which go beyond water contact health problems and are contributing to air pollution changes in our environmental justice communities. We have sent continuous sign-on letters. It's not just our coalition that want the Bay Delta Plan completed. Those letters have been signed on and have been advocated by Faith in the Valley, the Stockton branch of the NAACP, public health advocates, Catholic Charities of the Stockton Diocese, NOPAL, Third City Coalition, the Reinvent South Stockton Coalition, the Reinvent Stockton Foundation, Edge Collaborative, the San Joaquin County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and the Central Valley Partnership. This is a group of environmental justice, social justice, and business groups that do not have time to engage in these years of processes that are decades behind. They want a HAB standard, they want restored flows, they want healthy waterways, and they want restored fisheries. So to keep it very simple, finish the Bay Delta Plan using the best scientific standards. Don't rewrite the science to meet the political science. Protect Delta communities, tribes, and fisheries. Use exported water to help groundwater communities in need first. rather than sustaining an economy of agriculture that we can no longer sustain with climate change. Stop the discriminatory VAs. Just finish the Bay Delta plan. Just do it and expedite it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. I appreciate your comments and participation, although disagree about the board ignoring any group, and feel very proud about the responsiveness of my institution across what are difficult discussions, but appreciate there can be differences of opinion there. Next, I'd like to call up Barry Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Barry Nelson with Golden State Salmon Association. I'd like to open with 3 comments on the VAs and then move to a broader discussion about the fall run and the salmon season shutdown that Barbara Berrigan-Perea just mentioned. The voluntary agreement process lacks credibility for a number of reasons. I'll mention 3. First is temperature and flows. The voluntary agreements do not address temperature issues at all, and we've seen catastrophic temperature losses for salmon in the last several years. They provide little new water for salmon in all years, and in critically dry years, they provide essentially no new water. It's very clear in the VA documents and in your own draft scientific basis report that you released a few months ago. So the VAs appear to plan to repeat the disastrous egg and juvenile salmon survival disaster that we've seen in the last several years, including repeating the current salmon season shutdown. Second flaw, the voluntary agreement process has been ongoing for more than a decade. By my count, and I shared a fact sheet signed by a number of our organizations with you several months ago. The VA process has set and failed to meet at least 7 deadlines to produce a complete package. The VA process may never produce a complete package. Then third, as Cecile Wiley mentioned, and Barbara Berrigan-Perea as well, the public has been excluded from these backroom talks, and that process is fundamentally unfair and discriminatory. More broadly on salmon issues, as I've said before, the board is the only agency with the legal authority to require temperature and flow protections for Sacramento River Basin fall run salmon, and the board has not updated its 1995 standards for the Sacramento River Basin or for the Delta, and the board has failed to provide adequate flow and temperature conditions. This has led directly to the decline in adult fall run salmon and the decline in salmon harvest by the commercial and recreational fishing community. The board shares responsibility for that shutdown through your inaction. The governor shares responsibility as well by urging you to slow down efforts to protect salmon. The salmon season shutdown this year will have disastrous impacts on salmon fishing families and communities. Obviously, there'll be enormous impacts to commercial fishermen who rely on salmon to maintain a healthy business for themselves and their family. The impacts extend to party boat skippers, boat and fishing equipment manufacturers and retailers, fish brokers, marinas, ice houses, restaurants, and many others in California's $1.4 billion, 23,000 job salmon fishing industry. Simply put, the fishing community urges the state board to do your job. We support the petition by tribal and environmental justice groups for EPA to take over setting Bay Delta flow and temperature standards. And we agree with them that your failure to protect salmon and the Bay Delta represents a civil rights violation. You, in your public notice, said that the staff may be answering questions. I'd like to simply close with a simple question. Given that the VAs do not include temperature requirements for Shasta and other dams, and the fact that the VAs would dedicate no new environmental water on most Central Valley salmon rivers in critically dry years, if the board were to approve the VAs in their current form, how would the board prevent future temperature and flow-related egg and juvenile survival disasters similar to what we've seen in recent years? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We note your question. I also note, I know there are a number of written questions, and we're asking everyone to please also write in your questions here. We're recording all of these, and here through the process and course of today, we'll try to respond in writing to as many of the written questions as we can, but are keeping track of both the verbal and written questions, and we'll be looking to provide responses to them. So, as I said, I think we're going to need to spend most time trying to listen to folks. So we won't respond here in the moment, but thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next, I'd like to call up Dr. John Rosenfeld.
Good afternoon. I'm John Rosenfeld, Science Director for San Francisco Baykeeper. This board's updates to the Bay Delta water quality standards have long been delayed by the state's efforts to negotiate voluntary agreements with select water districts. San Francisco Baykeeper actually supports voluntary implementation of water quality standards, as long as those standards are enforceable and lead to the timely attainment of all Bay Delta water quality control plan objectives. In fact, I and my colleagues spent many years participating in discussions of such voluntary implementation mechanisms. We offered substantive critiques of various VA proposals and comprehensive technical analyses. This input has been ignored by the state. As a result, I have yet to see an enforceable voluntary proposal that would even remotely satisfy the water quality control plan's objectives. The current VA will not achieve the board's objectives for salmon doubling or migratory fish viability because it promises far too little river flow into or out of the Delta, and it does not include a reservoir storage requirement upstream. This despite the water board's acknowledgement that river flow is the master variable that determines habitat conditions in rivers and estuaries, and despite repeated catastrophic temperature impacts to native fishes caused by inadequate reservoir storage, including in the past few years. Flow improvements claimed by VA proponents are inflated by comparison to a baseline that includes the terms of the 2019 biological opinion, which substantially reduced Delta outflow. Increases in Delta outflows under the Water Board's 2018 framework and its unimplemented Phase 1 updates are many times the changes proposed under the current VA. Worse, there's now reason to believe that even the relatively small flow increases promised under the VA will never actually reach San Francisco Bay. The VA is premised on flow requirements of D1641 and the existing biological opinion. Indeed, it is supposed to provide more water for the environment than current regs. But during February, VA proponents sought and received a waiver of Delta water quality standards because there was, quote, uncertainty as to whether reservoirs would fill this year. This raises questions, including what flows are actually required under the proposed VA? And how will VA flows for January through April be determined when there is always uncertainty regarding water year types until May of most years? What science supports the assertion that VA flows will satisfy the plan's viability and salmon doubling objectives within the proposal's 8-year term? The state's process to negotiate these VAs is as deficient as their substance. Governor Newsom has blocked the Water Board's regulatory process for 5 years, and he has deployed all available state resources to negotiate a voluntary agreement with privileged water right holders. Meanwhile, the governor's process has excluded tribes, communities of color, conservation organizations, and fishing businesses. This is peak entitlement. Baykeeper supports petitions by Delta and tribal communities to US EPA requesting increased oversight, engagement, and procedural protections of the water quality control plan updates. And we ask that the Water Board complete those updates as quickly as possible and that they be based in science. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfield. Next, I'd like to call Chris Schutz, and we'll note after that will be Dr. Julie Zimmerman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Schutz, Executive Director of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. I've been advocating for us of the board to complete a scientifically justified update of the Bay Delta plan for more than a decade. I believe that a percent of unimpaired approach, such as the board articulated in its 2018 framework document, is the best general structure for the board to adopt. I will identify what I believe are several specific deficiencies for the proposed voluntary agreements and then ask a question or questions about each one. I would welcome but do not expect an answer today. I believe the board must answer these questions in order to fairly evaluate the proposed voluntary agreements. For your reference, I will paste them in the chat once I conclude, but I'd note that as far as I can tell, only hosts and panelists can see what is in the chat. Issue number 1, the modeling to date for the voluntary agreements does not describe the corresponding rules and mechanisms that as a matter of practice would be needed to actually achieve the modeled flows and flow volumes. When can the board and the public expect to see those rules and mechanisms? Issue number 2, stated differently, how will the voluntary agreements assure that alleged additive flows in the Delta or its tributaries are actually adding water? Additive compared to what? How will the board and the public know, particularly as it happens, but even after the fact, what flows would have been to which the voluntary agreements are allegedly adding water? Issue number 3, the board's 2018 framework document proposes on page 16 a narrative objective that requires in part, quote, maintain stream flows and reservoir storage conditions on Sacramento River Delta tributaries to protect cold water habitat for sensitive native species, end quote. That requirement is not discussed in the proposed voluntary agreements. Existing operations have grievously failed to maintain adequate storage and water temperatures in many rivers. Will the voluntary agreements meet this narrative objective, and if so, how? Will the board require numeric carryover storage requirements for Central Valley rim dams and limit water deliveries in order to meet carryover? Finally, issue number 4, the board's 2018 framework document proposes on page 25 that any voluntary agreements must include, quote, measures to plan for and effectively protect beneficial uses during sustained dry conditions, end quote. That requirement is not discussed in the proposed voluntary agreements. Would DWR or Reclamation or others systematically rely under the voluntary agreements on temporary urgency change petitions during dry year sequences or drought? Is permanent reliance on temporary changes the proposed drought plan? Once again, thank you very much on behalf of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance for the opportunity to raise these issues and questions, and I will post them in the chat.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. I appreciate your participation and those questions and helping us guide here to a better discussion. I would note if you actually include them in the Q&A, I believe everyone can see those, and then any responses we're able to get out. I know the chat is only going to, I think, hosts and panelists, but the Q&A might be a better spot for that. But again, thank you for your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Julie Zimmerman, who will be followed by Doug Obigi.
Hi, I'm Julie Zimmerman. I'm the Director of Science for the Nature Conservancy's California Water Program. And the Nature Conservancy has commented extensively on state board processes and the voluntary agreements on topics related to flow and habitat needs, the development of quantitative goals and objectives to measure plan outcomes, and adaptive management. We also support voluntary agreements when they are structured to achieve quantitative goals and objectives that support fish viability. But the VAs, as they're structured now, they're not structured in a way to implement flow and habitat actions according to the best available science to achieve fish viability or implement adaptive management. Parties to the VA say that the plan provides flow and habitat, but the reality is that the flow contribution in the plan is not meaningfully different from the status quo. So if the plan is really meant to achieve viability for fish, it's based on the assumption that you can substitute habitat for flow, that flows don't need to change significantly if sufficient habitat is created. There's no scientific evidence that increasing habitat in the absence of significantly improving flows will be sufficient to achieve the plan's objectives of salmon doubling and viability. TNC supports habitat restoration, but we are also a science-based organization, and we review empirical evidence for projects to assess likely ecological outcomes. For salmon, that empirical evidence suggests that flow, habitat, and temperature are all limiting to salmon viability. Lots of habitat work has been completed over the years under various programs such as CalFed, CVPIA, and the biological opinions. And I've led some of this work under CVPIA in my previous role with the Fish and Wildlife Service. Habitat restoration is important for functioning rivers, and we see fish using habitat after it has been created. However, habitat restoration has not been empirically linked to changes in survival, productivity, or abundance of salmon. We just don't see population level effects. In contrast, there is strong evidence that current river flows are inadequate to support ecosystem functions, which include the processes that create, activate, and maintain habitat. So in short, flow and habitat are interconnected, and both are necessary for ecosystem function, but habitat restoration will not be able to meet salmon viability and doubling goals without significant improvements in flow. Habitat restoration is also unlikely to achieve measurable benefits for fish populations within the 8-year timeline, which means that in addition to not being sufficient to achieve plan goals, it would be impossible to measure population level outcomes to support any learning or adaptive management. Flow measures are not meaningfully different from status quo conditions, so it would also be impossible to adaptively manage flows in a way that allows for learning in an adaptive management context. So I have a few questions. I'm going to say them now, but I'll also put them in the chat. One, is the proposed VA meant to achieve viability of native fisheries within its 8-year timeline? If so, what metrics are used to define viability under the plan? In other words, are there goals and objectives for each species? And how specifically would these goals and objectives be measured to inform adaptive management? So how exactly would flow and habitat actions be implemented and monitored in a way that facilitates learning? Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zimmerman. Really appreciate it. Next, we have Doug Obiji, who will be followed by Ashley Overhouse.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. My name is Doug Obiji. I'm a senior attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. NRDC opposes the proposed voluntary agreement precisely because it fails to protect the environment and all of the beneficial uses, including tribal and environmental justice beneficial uses of the Bay Delta watershed. When I started this job in 2008, the State Water Board was beginning its triennial review of the Bay Delta Plan, which was supposed to be completed in 2011. And now, some 15 years later, the board has waived the requirements of Decision 1641 in 6 of the last 10 years, and we still have not updated the Water Quality Control Plan or implemented the 2018 amendments. So what we've seen is a huge backsliding, both on the state level and the federal level, with the Trump administration's biological opinions that form the benchmark and basis for this voluntary agreement. I've put several questions in the chat or in the Q&A, and I do hope that the California Department of Water Resources and Department of Fish and Wildlife will answer questions about the voluntary agreement. To date, the voluntary agreement was largely negotiated in a backroom deal, which for many years required parties to sign a confidentiality agreement or non-disclosure agreement. And the state agencies have relied on those agreements to withhold documents that were shared with participants. That lack of transparency has enabled the voluntary agreement to avoid answering some of the tough questions that I hope that you will actually get answers to through this public process at the board. For instance, one of the reasons for updating the Bay Delta Plan was because of the growing recognition that the Decision 1641 was not adequate in terms of assigning responsibility in a way that would actually achieve the plan's requirements. And we've seen that through the TUCPs. So would the voluntary agreement prohibit new temporary urgency change petitions to waive water quality standards? And if not, what assurance do we have that we would not just simply continue this pattern and practice of waiving the minimum requirements in not just dry years, but also in average years and even wetter years like this? Relatedly, what is the accounting methodology for the voluntary agreement? The voluntary agreement states that it will provide water in addition to that is, quote, required by Decision 1641, but it's not clear based on the continued use of TUCPs, whether the voluntary agreement actually will have requirements on a daily level, a weekly level, or a monthly level, or if this will all just get evaluated 8 years from now which is what it looks like from the outside looking in. Third, how does the proposed voluntary agreement interact with other storage and water diversion projects, such as sites reservoir, delta conveyance, and groundwater recharge permits? One of the advantages of having the 55% of unimpaired flow approach is that it actually, in the Bay Delta plan, is that it streamlines the approval of new water storage and diversion projects by setting forth the minimum flows that are necessary for all projects to achieve. And that should help speed up the permitting of other projects. In contrast, the voluntary agreement just says we'll provide some water in addition to this modeled fake baseline that is difficult to account for, extremely difficult to enforce. And if we have new diversion projects, it seems inevitable that that will be less water than what is modeled in the VA proposal. These are the types of questions that the voluntary agreement and its proponents, which have excluded all conservation groups, tribal interests, fishing interests for at least the last several years, have refused to answer. They're questions that need to be answered. And I hope that the board will help ensure that the proponents of this sham greenwashed approach to extinction will answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Obiji. Appreciate your comments and participation in all these proceedings. Next, I'd like to call up Ashley Overhouse, who will be followed by Gary Bobker and Aaron Woolley.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I appreciate the opportunity to give comment today. Ashley Overhouse, Water Policy Advisor at Defenders of Wildlife. Defenders is a national conservation organization dedicated to protecting all wild animals and plants in their natural communities. Defenders has 2.2 million members and supporters in the US, including over 300,000 in California. First and foremost, I want to support what my colleagues have already said and support Restore the Delta, Save California Salmon, and our other environmental justice partners and their concerns expressed today. Defenders and many other environmental NGOs, as have previously mentioned, worked for over a decade to craft a voluntary mechanism to implement an adequate update of the Bay Delta plan, but we've been forced out of the process every time we've raised objections and concerns. It is with this experience that we approach the board today, with serious concerns about the progress made so far on the update of the plan, the health of the Delta, the lack of equity pervasive across all these moving regulatory pieces, and most concerning, the board's consideration of incorporating the inequitable and scientifically inadequate proposed voluntary agreement into the plan update. Defenders fears that the board is failing to learn from past experiences on implementing and managing environmental blocks of water, which is what the voluntary agreement is in concept. Defenders produced a building blocks white paper last summer and briefed some staff on this report. I urge staff and board members to read that report, the 18 case studies that are examined in it, and the fundamental questions that must be asked when looking at this kind of management mechanism. In addition to the other flaws my colleagues have brought to your attention today, there is no post-voluntary agreement strategy. After 8 years, what happens? Do we have to wait another 2 decades for a substantive update of the plan? See pages 14 to 16 of the report specifically section 9 on accountability. I will now read questions from that report directly, and of course we'll paste them in the chat afterwards. Question 1, how will the VA program's terms be enforced? Question 2, what are the consequences if the anticipated water habitat or funding is not provided or potentially disappears due to pending legislation? Question 3, if a block of water does not emerge at the required time and location, which has often happened, will sufficient information be available to ascertain who is responsible for the failure? Question 3, will there be accountability for all failures or only willful failures? And question 4, who will bear the risk of unforeseen circumstances or factors outside of the VA program's influence? Defenders welcomes additional dialogue with the board and other natural resources agency staff to answer those questions, preferably in writing. As my predecessor stated in 2020, the voluntary agreement fails to do the one thing it is supposed to do, which is protect the Bay Delta's fish and water quality. When negotiating a deal, an essential ingredient of any successful compromise is that it meets existing environmental protection laws. This deal will not, and therefore will fail. So Defenders urges the board to not let this deal derail the progress they've already made. Please implement phase 1 and disregard the proposed voluntary agreement. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for yours, Ms. Overhouse. Appreciate your participation and continued participation in what will be a lot more discussion, I know. Thank you. Gary Bobker is next, and the last person as part of this panel will be Aaron Woolley. And at that time, I will begin to go through the individual commenters in the order of hands raised. So please do so in order to start getting yourself in the queue. Mr. Bobker.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gary Bobker with the Bay Institute. As several commenters have noted, it's been going on 15 years since the board initiated the update of the Bay Delta Water Quality Plan standards. In the process of developing and accommodating the development of VAs, we have seen the problems of the collapse of the Bay Delta ecosystem and the potential pending extinction of numerous species get worse. The sad fact is that the effort to accommodate the development of VAs has extended the period in which ecosystem and species conditions have been allowed to worsen. It has done nothing actually to shorten or solve the problem. The truth is that delaying the adoption and implementation of new standards in order to accommodate the voluntary agreements has not led us to any proposals that are actually ready for implementation. The details of much of the VAs remain unclear and need to be worked out. And in many cases, as suggested by my colleagues and by myself in previous presentations to the board, it's unclear that the VAs will actually deliver anything like what they purport to do. It's also true that the VA proposals we have seen are nowhere close to or consistent with the bookends for an adequate and acceptable solution to Bay Delta resource management suggested by the scientific record or by the board's own past analyses. It's also true that we've seen no VA proposal that is supported broadly by the range of interested parties in the environmental, fishing, tribal, Delta, or other communities. The fact is that the board has already done the homework that is necessary to adopt and to implement adequate new Bay Delta standards. There is a strong, extensive record that supports increasing flows significantly, protecting temperature, and doing other actions that will address the needs of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. And there is absolutely no comparison between that extensive, well-documented, and mature at this point record of scientific evidence provided by agencies, by academics, by my organization, by my colleagues, and the speculative, ill-conceived, misleading scientific basis behind the VAs. The fact is that if we desire to have voluntary agreements to be part of the solution, adequate VAs can be developed and implemented at any time, and the board can consider including VAs well after it is amended and implemented the plan if they rise to the threshold of extensive, well-documented science behind them, which they do not. The fact is that the situation that we're in today, where the problems of ecosystem collapse and species extinction have become worse, the challenge we have is not at the hands of the VA proponents. It is not at the hands of the administration agencies that have been engaged in the VA process. It is in the hands of this board. This board is an independent board charged with protecting fish and wildlife and other beneficial uses. You have the information you need to proceed expeditiously with adoption and implementation of a new, stronger plan. You own this problem. Get it off your hands. I have some questions that I'll put into the chat Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bobker. Appreciate your comments and look forward to the continued process here. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Woolley. And again, I believe this will be the last speaker in this panel.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Erin Woolley, and I will be the last speaker, and I'll do my best to wrap up this panel. I am a policy advocate at Sierra Club, California, and I'm speaking today on behalf of our 500,000 members and supporters statewide. I want to start by thanking my fellow panelists and expressing my support for many of the important points that they've shared already. The voluntary agreements that have been provided to date were developed through an exclusionary process and are not an appropriate alternative to updating the Bay Delta Plan. The VAs were negotiated behind closed doors between the administration and water agencies. The general public, tribes, Delta communities, EJ communities, environmental and fishing interests and organizations were not part of this negotiation process. The result is a proposed VA that uses a flawed baseline and that fails to demonstrate how it will protect the health of the Bay Delta. It's not clear that the VAs will be able to achieve objectives that this board has established for salmon doubling, native fish viability, or address temperature management. It's also not clear how the new proposals for water diversion and conveyance will interact with the VAs. Finally, the VA proposes a substitution of non-flow habitat projects for in-stream flows, but doesn't include additional freshwater flows commensurate with the recommendations made by scientists or this board to make that effective. For over 10 years, the administration has failed to deliver on promises to produce a VA that addresses issues facing the Bay Delta. This board has repeatedly delayed adoption and implementation of an updated Bay Delta plan to accommodate a possible VA without real results. And the VA presented to the board today and in the past year is not supported by the best available science. At this stage, statements that the VA implementation is open to participation from tribes and NGOs is an afterthought and doesn't correct for the deeply flawed premises inherent in this voluntary agreement. Fish, wildlife, and water quality in the Bay Delta have continued to decline at an alarming rate. The effects of existing water diversions, the repeated approval by this board of temporary urgency change petitions are contributing to this decline. The situation is so severe that salmon fisheries are closed and harmful algal blooms are increasingly prevalent in the Delta. The board has the ability to implement regulations to protect in-stream flows. So why is the board continuing to prolong this process and consider a VA that does not address the fundamental problem of inadequate freshwater in-stream flows? California needs to address the situation with urgency, develop solutions through an inclusive and transparent process, and ensure that those solutions are supported by the best available science. This VA has not achieved that, and I urge the board not to continue to consider it. As a final point, I would also like to echo the statements made about this process and urge the board to provide additional clarity and proper noticing for any future opportunities and listening sessions to provide comment so that the public can be adequately noticed and prepared to participate. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Woolley. I appreciate the participation and here commit on my side to making sure we get better at continuing to provide more than adequate notice and also materials before even the discussion as well, which can really help folks come prepared. So just thank you. I appreciate that note and do know I'm committed to that. Okay, that wraps up our first panel. And so now gets us into just individual commenters. As I've said, please raise your hand and I will take our commenters in order of hand raised. And I know we had a few folks raise their hand here at the start. And so trying to think if there's any other notes. Please do try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. I appreciate the first panel. I know there was a request for a little more time. I appreciate you all being succinct and keeping it to 3 minutes. I would ask everyone as well, just to be respectful. And if we have extra time and actually get through things, then would more than welcome additional comments from folks if you didn't feel you had enough time to deliver the message and questions and or comments that you would like to do. So now let's go then to George Osborne. will be followed by Jared Davis and then Diane Levia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me, please?
We can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm George Osborne. I represent the Coastside Fishing Club. And we would ask the Water Board to accept its charge to first and foremost protect our environment and California native species by paying attention to the recommendations by the scientific community, such as the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Specifically, revise Water Rights Order 90-5 to update not only required winter run Chinook salmon maximum daily average water temperature thresholds and temperature control locations below Shasta Dam, but to assess and update similar water temperature standards that affect spring run and fall run Chinook salmon elsewhere, especially in light of the Martin et al. Model and the best available science, including improving measurement methodologies. The Water Board's currently required water temperature standards to protect salmon eggs are simply out of date. Review the current river water temperature monitoring systems below Shasta Dam, as many of the temperature gauges used today are not the best technology, and assist the relevant agencies in that system's upgrade. In its management approval for reclamation's annual Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan require, not just set unenforceable quote unquote targets for reclamation to provide sufficient end of September carryover storage in Shasta Reservoir to meet cold water temperature control needs for downstream salmon egg incubation in the following water year. Until Order 90-5 is updated in the annual Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan approval process, require that reclamation reduce water deliveries to settlement and exchange contractors if necessary in order to maintain Shasta Dam water temperature controls that protect endangered winter run and other downstream Chinook salmon runs within the Sacramento River. In addition to the inadequate temperature control standards for spring and fall run Chinook, minimum flows must be taken into account, which more greatly coincide with the amount of habitat available, according to the river's elevation at particular flows. Limit the winter run Chinook salmon egg TDM to a maximum of 30%, even in critically dry years, as requested by NIMS in its recent RPA amendment in 2017. The Water Board should require that the Sacramento River temperature management plans submitted by reclamation annually to the Water Board also include modeling of temperature impacts on fall run Chinook salmon, as well as winter run and spring run Chinook salmon, and to ensure that the temperature management plan also protects fall run Chinook salmon and the salmon fishery. In recent years, reclamation's modeling has not even mentioned, let alone modeled or analyzed, the temperature impacts of its operations on fall run Chinook salmon that are vitally important to maintaining California's valuable fisheries. In revising Order 90-5, the board should ensure that the revised order requires protection of spring and fall run Chinook salmon, not just endangered winter run Chinook salmon, consistent with the existing requirement that it protect the salmon fishery. The Water Board also needs to reconsider, in accordance with the best available science, the impacts of similarly inadequate temperature control standards on fall run and spring run Chinook salmon, and to better protect both fall run and spring run spawning areas from lethal water temperature TDM levels like those observed in recent years. On behalf of Coastside Fishing Club, Mr. Chair, we appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate Mr. Osborne, your patience, your comment today and participation, and do know there will be a lot more discussion here to go. And so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jared Davis, and who will be followed by Diane Livia, and then Meg Giberson.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. My name is Jared Davis. I own and operate Salty Lady Sport Fishing, a charter fishing boat and business based in Sausalito. As owner of a commercial passenger fishing vessel, I am disappointed with the imminent closure of our 2023 salmon season in California and most of Oregon as well. The closure has broad implications and will negatively affect the commercial and recreational fishing industries, a large host of related businesses, and many coastal communities. While it may not be the only factor, a history of inequity in the allocation of water resources has resulted in inadequate flows to maintain a healthy environment and ecosystem in our Sacramento and San Joaquin River systems. An increasingly unsustainable corporate agriculture industry south of the Delta in the Central Valley continues to receive the lion's share of our aqueduct water resources, as well as an increasingly unsustainable share of groundwater resources in that area. It has clearly contributed substantially to the decline of Sacramento River system salmon runs and a degradation of the environmental conditions that they need to survive and thrive. In all fairness, smaller agricultural interests have also been left to fight over what remains a finite resource. And while conservation in our homes has rightfully become a way of life in California, residential users are no stranger to the frankly ridiculous narrative that taking shorter showers might substantially ease our recurring water woes. The temporary urgency change petitions have become standard procedure and have resulted in failure to meet the Port Chicago ×2 standards required by D 1641 on multiple occasions. Even in a very wet year such as we have this year, we have recently seen an executive order by our governor waiving regulations, resulting in the board's decision to cut flows. The voluntary agreement process has lacked public input and has been fundamentally unfair. Salmon, the ecosystem they depend upon, and those who represent salmon deserve a seat at that table. It is hard to argue that these iconic fish have some interest as the ultimate senior water rights holders. The Water Board has been the only state agency with the legal authority to enforce these flow and temperature requirements, and failures in that regard are apparent. The fishing industry and related businesses will be devastated by this year's salmon season closure. I wish to hold the Water Board accountable for their role in this disaster, and I implore you to act in a fair and equitable manner in future allocations of a shared resource amongst the sectors that depend upon it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I appreciate your comments and addressing the board and participating in this discussion. It's meaningful and I appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Diane Livia, and who will be followed by Meg Giberson, and then David Warner.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to address you. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us.
Yes. I'm Diane Livia. I live in Oakland, California, and although I am a member of Baykeeper, I speak today as a private individual. Our current flow standards were first adopted in 1995. They are hopelessly inadequate and out of date. New standards reflecting all accepted science, and in particular the needs of people, must be implemented now. Because of these inadequate standards, we now have 6 endangered fish species, collapsing commercial and recreational fisheries, persistent toxic algal blooms, and communities in the San Joaquin Valley that cannot drink their own tap water. What part of this is unclear? to Governor Newsom and the Water Board. The governor has pursued so far secret voluntary agreements with large water districts instead of implementing the known science-based protections for the environment and for water that is actually drinkable. These large districts are getting the water that belongs in our rivers. It is astounding to me that California privileges the profits of billionaire industrial farmers over the most basic needs of tribes, other people of color, and economically underserved communities. Over all of us, it is astounding that the state of California would put the profits of questionable water rights holders far above the fundamental needs of the rest of us Californians. These rights holders inherited their so-called right to divert our water from our rivers long ago in a state that no longer exists. It was a time when California had a bounty on the heads of Native Americans. California prohibited people of color to claim water rights and was coming out of a geologically wet period into the dry period we have today. Time's up. These foolish and racist policies favoring billionaires and disenfranchising all other Californians is of a different time in history. These policies have no place in the world of today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Ms. Livia. Next, we have Meg Giberson, who will be followed by David Warner. And I appreciate everyone. We'll keep putting names in the chat as well. And also, those of you watching the live webcast, I know you can't see the Q&A and or chat, but importantly, we will be posting on our website after this, and everyone that registered or has interest, and we'll be able to find it on the page. We'll post the questions and answers that we received. So we'll be sure that it's accessible to everyone, even if you aren't here on the Zoom platform with us. So thank you for that. Ms. Giberson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Meg Giberson. I'm speaking today in support of sufficient flows to and through the Bay Delta, which could allow the Bay Delta to function as it should. Fish could avoid predators, pollution could be diluted, floods and floodplains can perform necessary roles of pollution flushing, sediment transport and deposition, and bay-dependent economies and people could begin to recover. But the Delta waters and its ecosystem are not healthy because of years of overdiversions and failures to provide those sufficient flows. The Bay Delta Plan should enunciate standards for flows. And I ask the board to implement adopted, strong standards that have received adequate scientific and public review in a transparent fashion. The Bay Delta Plan is long overdue, although it's a necessary step toward restoring needed flows to an estuary in crisis. I believe the Bay Delta Plan should come before the VAs are adopted or receive any more intense work. There was a lot of staff comment today in this session about VAs, both past and future. But as previous speakers have said, the VAs do not provide new water, adequate temperature controls, or flow protections. As other speakers have also said, TUCPs make that situation worse. They have violated flow standards in problematic fashion over several years. Under the VAs, those violations would likely continue. I heard a staff speaker say that the VA's goal is to promote adaptive management, and that speaker mentioned 3- and 6-year reviews. But I wonder, and this is a question, how 3- and 6-year reports or reviews under adaptive management would be sufficiently broad-based to address, for instance, the salmon situation, given the 3-year gap between when salmon leave for the sea and return. So that's really, that's what I have to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. And I will, whatever time I have left, I will give the next person. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Giberson. Thank you for your comments and look forward to further participation and discussion around these important items. And thank you for your flags. Next, I'd like to call up David Warner, who will be followed by Dan Batcher and then Mark Gorelnik. Apologies.
Thank you. I'm Dave Warner from Palo Alto. Thank you for your board's transparency. I'm an environmentalist and a supporter of Phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan, including a number of its innovations. My purpose today is to highlight some weak points of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, SFPUC, and the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, BOSCA, positions against the Bay Delta Plan. If my points are useful, it'd be my pleasure to provide supporting data for each of them. The crux of these agencies' arguments is that they won't have enough water if phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan is implemented. This is becoming an increasingly difficult argument to make. Number one, demand isn't there. Demand has fallen well below projections. For example, the SFPUC's 2015 Urban Water Management Plan called for 236 million gallons per day, MGD, of demand in 2020, while demand in fiscal 22 was only 182 million gallons per day, more than 50 MGD less. Number two, the drop model used has never occurred as far as we know. And as you know, these agencies use an 8.5-year severe drought planning model. While the Department of Water Resources' 1,100 years of tree ring data support that such a severe drought has never occurred, more importantly, the SFPUC commissioned its own long-term vulnerability assessment, LTVA for short, that out of 26,000 years of stochastic data, never found a drought as severe as the 8.5-year model assumes. In fact, data in that assessment can show that their 8.5-year drought planning model has a once in a 70,000-year recurrence rate. Shorten their model by a year reduces the recurrence to, or increases the recurrence to once in 10,000 years, which still seems pretty remote, and frees up substantial additional water supply to meet demand. Number three, demand projections assume big population increases. More recent projections by these agencies continue to produce large increases in demand. While per capita demand has continued to fall, a key driver of these large increases in overall demand is population growth, which are similar to large population increases shown by the Association of Bay Area Governments. However, as you know, population, at least for the last few years, has started to decline. Number four, BOSCA's demand sensitivity analysis showed a possible demand projection that is 20% lower than the latest projection used. The main driver of the lower demand was reducing the population growth rate from 1% to still 0.5% per year. And last, number five, alarmist rationing percentages are hard to substantiate. Despite the above items, the agencies continue to project alarmist rationing percentages should the Bay Delta Plan be implemented. However, using reasonable demand projections and a reasonable drought planning model required only rationing levels, or had rationing levels drop to levels within historical norms. These are quite 5 quick points, and there are others. If these points are helpful, I'd be pleased to provide support for each of them, plus a couple more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. I appreciate your good points, your succinct comments and engagement around this. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Dan Batcher, who will be followed by Mark Gorelnik.
Hi, my name is Dan Bacher. I'm an independent journalist, and I strongly oppose the voluntary agreements. These agreements are, at their essence, an incestuous backroom deal negotiated between corporate agribusiness, water agencies, and the state of California without input from tribes, Delta communities, environmental justice communities, fishing groups, and conservation organizations. These agreements are without a doubt a classic example of deep regulatory capture in a state where the regulated have captured the regulators. These agreements are driven by the greed of big ag oligarchs in the San Joaquin Valley to profit from the destruction of the Bay Delta estuary, Central Valley River salmon populations, and Delta smelt at the expense of tribes, environmental justice communities, and recreational and commercial fishermen. Salmon fishing is closed in the ocean in Central Valleys this year because of the terrible management of the San Joaquin and Sacramento River flows by the state and federal governments during the drought. Last year saw the lowest number of winter run Chinook salmon fry ever counted at the Red Bluff diversion site on the Sacramento River. Last year was also the 6th year that no Delta smelt were found in CDFW's fall midwater trawl survey. I strongly urge the State Water Board to reject the voluntary agreements and not legitimize them, because they will make a terrible situation on Central Valley rivers and the Bay Delta estuary only worse. Instead, please finish the updated Delta plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bacher, and apologies about the mispronunciation. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Gorelnik, who will be followed by Patrick Carr and then Christina Swanson.
All right, thank you, Chair Esquivel. As you said, my name is Mark Gorelnik. I'm here in my individual capacity, but I also wanted to mention that I am chair of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and that's the federal body that is stuck with the obligation to close the California ocean salmon season in 2023. We can only control hooks in the water. We're stuck with the consequences of water flow and temperature policies over which we have no control. I'm also a recreational fisherman. I have no monetary interest in the fishery. My interest is in seeing a healthy environment and healthy native species. I'm a member of the Coastside Fishing Club, an all-volunteer organization that works with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to increase the availability of Sacramento fall Chinook salmon to commercial and recreational anglers. I want to point out that recreational anglers are a diverse group. Boats are not required to access California salmon. Economically disadvantaged Californians catch salmon from the shore in the Delta, along rivers, and even at Pillar Point Harbor, where the Coastside Salmon Project is located. The Water Board picks winners and losers when it sets policies and adopts standards. Over many years, the Water Board has received warnings about the harm to California native species resulting from a failure to ensure adequate flows and temperature. The Water Board has not heeded these warnings, choosing instead to adopt policies insulating from harm other stakeholders. California has a history of droughts, and until 15 years ago, no drought caused a closure of salmon fishing. We now have 3 closures in 15 years. I remind the board that California suffered a severe drought from 1986 to 1992. For the impacted brood years, the average adult abundance of Sacramento fall Chinook during that drought was 600,000, down from a 2-decade average of 1 million. We are not losing our salmon fishery because of drought. We are losing our salmon fishery because policies set by the Water Board have squeezed all resilience out of California's salmon runs. The Water Board has a legal and a moral obligation to promulgate water policies that protect native species and the Californians that depend on them. For the reasons stated by others, the voluntary agreements are not genuinely designed to protect salmon and other native species. They will aggravate rather than address environmental challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorelnik. I appreciate your comments and work in this entire space. So thank you. Appreciate the participation, and importantly, look forward to further discussion as the board adopts standards as we've laid out here by summer, fall next year. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Patrick Carr, followed by Christina Swanson, and then Judith Kirk. And just for folks' information, we have about 18 hands currently raised, including those I just called. So Mr. Carr.
Yes, I just want to make sure that you're able to hear me. Hello?
I can. Apologies. Got
Okay,
to my end a
great.
little too slow. Thank you for being with us. Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Patrick Carr. I really appreciate the opportunity to be commenting today on the Water Board's consideration of proceeding with the voluntary agreements. I'm a resident of Humboldt County, which is obviously far away from the Bay Delta ecosystem, but I've long been a great lover of many of the tributaries of the Bay Delta system, almost all the rivers on those charts that you pointed out earlier, and creeks. I also love salmon, both on my plate and in the rivers. And the closure of salmon season across the state represents to me a painful and probably for most people in the state, the most obvious reminder that California water management has really failed our ecosystems. Some who are maybe more cynical than I am would say that in California, water flows toward money. And considering the way that the voluntary agreements have been proposed by larger economic interests in the state, who clearly stand to benefit from reduced monitoring of the impacts of their water diversions, and the voluntary agreements have not generally been open from the start to public involvement, I feel that this process may perhaps lend some credibility to that more cynical sentiment. Also now, of course, we have clear, obvious proof that climate change is occurring, which is adding to the stress that the Bay Delta aquatic system faces as biological habitat. And if anything, this additional stressor should really call upon the Water Board to increase requirements for in-stream flows, maintenance of low temperatures, and generally be more diligent in protecting the biological values of the Bay and Delta, and of course the contributory streams. But the VAs would not do this. And I believe the Water Board needs to go back to the previous Bay Delta plan and drop the voluntary agreements. Thanks very much for considering the comments that you've received today. I have fairly short comments, but I want to make sure that everybody has time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that consideration, for your participation and comments. I really appreciate it, Mr. Carr, and look forward to continue open, transparent discussion around how the board proceeds. Next, I'd like to call Christina Swanson and then Judith Kirk.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Can you hear me?
And good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Christina Swanson. I'm a PhD environmental scientist with decades of experience in California's water and fisheries science and policy. I'm a member of the San Francisco Baykeepers Program Advisory Council, but I'm here today speaking as a private citizen. I have a long history of research, engagement, and advocacy in the Sacramento-San Joaquin watershed and San Francisco Bay Delta issues, including more than 11 years with the Bay Institute. When I moved on from the Bay Institute in 2011, 12 years ago, the state board's triennial review process had been underway for nearly 3 years. In 2010, the state board had issued a well-researched and very comprehensive public trust flow criteria report that reviewed the state of the science. The report concluded that both past and then current freshwater flows were inadequate to support native fish and wildlife resources, and that the effects of these inadequate flows on habitat and ecosystem processes and water quality were a principal driver for the accelerating declines in native species populations and overall environmental condition. At this point, the state board had the information it needed to update the Bay Delta Plan standards. But here we are, more than a decade later, and the inadequate flow standards remain in place. Environmental conditions have degraded further. The abundance of the Delta's canary and the coal mine species, the Delta smelt, has collapsed to essentially zero. The commercial salmon fishing season has been canceled due to critically low returns of spawners, and the frequency of toxic water quality conditions due to the low flow related harmful algal blooms increases. In fact, flows have worsened beyond the currently inadequate standards because the state board has on multiple occasions, in both wet and dry years, waived them in favor of increasing water supply for a select few of powerful urban and agricultural water users. During the past decade plus, ongoing scientific research and further comprehensive reviews, including by the State Board and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, have continued to show how essential freshwater flow is. But rather than applying that science to update the standards and establish environmental conditions necessary to protect public trust resources, the state and the state board has instead engaged with a select group of powerful urban and agricultural water users in the voluntary agreement process. Not only was this process non-inclusive, excluding both affected community and Native American stakeholders who are and would be affected by these decisions, it exclusively focused on an approach that was contrary to our decades of scientific research and understanding of how this watershed and the estuary works. In fact, the voluntary agreements process was premised on taking scientifically unsupported actions to restore physical habitat instead of improving freshwater flow conditions. Just as we've seen with climate change and the actions of the fossil fuel industry to confuse and stymie climate mitigation actions, the voluntary agreements process is, in my view, a form of predatory delay designed to temporarily preserve the interest of a select group of stakeholders over the interests and needs of the environment, underserved and tribal communities, and our public trust resources that are meant to be protected for future generations. This predatory and damaging delay must stop. You need to update and adopt science-based water quality standards for the Bay Delta that will protect fish, wildlife, and other public uses of the Bay and its tributary rivers. And you need to stop privileging the voluntary agreements instead use an open and transparent public process that does not exclude impacted communities and tribes, Delta communities, local water districts, or local government entities in the commercial fisheries industries. It needs to be science-based, and it needs to be designed to achieve the objectives that the state board itself has articulated and is required to meet. Thank you for this opportunity to provide my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson, for your comments, tracking the board's work and engaging it in this way. I really appreciate it and look forward to what we've said will be further public process and comment as the board goes to adopt the plans and evaluate the VAs. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Judith Kirk, who will be followed by Thihunga Vuong.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
I'm Judith Kirk, a member of the Sierra Club, Restore the Delta, Baykeepers, and other groups that have spoken. I live on San Francisco Bay in Redwood City. I completely support the speakers from the environmental and other groups that have commented. I want to say additionally that it is clear to me, an average lifelong California citizen, that big agriculture has much money to give to the governor for his very obvious presidential run. And that's a big part of his support for the voluntary agreements and for his backsliding on his environmental promises in other areas. We citizens understand and support the environmental and other groups that have spoken, and we are not stupid politically, which is why I bring up the governor's support for the appalling voluntary agreements. I want to state that the board must finish drafting and implementing the entire Bay Delta plan before moving ahead with any processes for permitting the Delta Tunnel, God forbid.
Apologies, Ms. Kirk. We can't hear you any further currently. I'm not sure if your internet
I'm
connection.
done. Thank you.
Oh, you were done. Okay, apologies. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. Now, and next I'd like to call up Thihunga Vuong, who will be followed by Iris Stewart Fry, and then Heinrich Albert. Ms. Vuong?
Thank you. This is Thihunga Vuong. Thank you for listening to me. I am just an ordinary California resident in Palo Alto, close to the Bay. And I would like to echo particularly Julie Zimmerman's and Christina Swanson's previous comments. Please implement the Bay Delta plan now. And please put aside these last minute, very unfair so-called voluntary agreements. I am a Vietnamese refugee who has had the privilege to come to the United States and the privilege even further to move to California, where the marvels of nature is just at its peak. But I have also seen how stressed our environment is. And I understand how crucial it is that after all of the hard work and scientific consideration and the discussions amongst all of the stakeholders, including the tribes, and including all of the environmental as well as fishery, that there is now a Bay Delta plan that is needed to be implemented. And please do not delay it any further, because once the environment and our fish go, they will not come back again. And this is too marvelous a piece of the earth for us to let it go and ruin. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Boone, for participating and for your words and truly meaningful participation in this discussion. It means a lot that you're here. I know it sometimes isn't easy to get onto the various platforms, but really appreciate your voice and words here as part of today's discussion, and look forward to further participation as well. So thank you, Ms. Boone. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Iris Stewart-Fry, who will be followed by Heinrich Albert and Undi Mevoli.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. This is Iris Stewart-Fry. I'm a hydrologist, and I have been a professor of environmental studies and sciences at Santa Clara University for 15 years. I'm here because I not only care about the environment today, but that we also preserve our environment, our biodiversity, and our communities for future generations. Like the previous speaker, I'm an immigrant to this country, and I greatly appreciate what the United States and California have to offer. My research includes the impact of climate change on rivers and streams in California, as well as considerations of environmental justice on water use under drought in the Central Valley. It is concerning that voluntary agreements have been negotiated between water agencies and the state without considering input from tribes, delta communities, or environmental justice, environmental or fishing groups. Instead, voluntary agreements predominantly serve special interests. The Water Board needs to live up to its responsibility to represent all stakeholders, and first and foremost, tribal communities, ecosystems, and EJ communities who have been systematically excluded from the process. To date, the Water Board is failing to meet its obligations to these communities. Voluntary agreements have failed to deliver for over 10 years. None of the voluntary agreement frameworks that have been released in the past 5 years were complete or enforceable agreements. This voluntary agreement fails to protect sufficient water flows, water quality, public health, and fish and wildlife, and it does not take water temperature and water quality into account. All of these are critical for the health of the Delta, the health of communities, and the health of ecosystems. Harmful algal blooms in the Delta have worsened in recent years because of high temperatures, stagnant water, and inadequate flows through the summer months. These conditions are created by water diversions, which create changes in the timing and pattern of flows, water temperature, water quality, and dilution of pollutants. All of these have major consequences for native fish and wildlife, and fish populations have been tremendously decimated due to insufficient habitat and flow, and are very close to a point of no return. I urge the Water Board to make its decisions on the best available science, including hydrological, ecological, and climate science, instead of political interests. First and foremost, the board should move forward with finally implementing phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan, guaranteeing at least 40% of natural flows, and to update standards for the Sacramento River and Delta outflows. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart-Fry. Appreciate your time and participation and comments in this discussion. And as I keep saying, look forward to what is, I know, going to be a lot more discussion. So thank you. Next, we have Heinrich Albert, who will be followed by Aundi Mevoli. Good afternoon, Mr. Albert. It looks like you're unmuted, but I don't believe we can hear you yet.
Yes, thank you.
There you are. Good afternoon.
Heinrich Albert. I'd like to start by seconding the science-based analysis that was offered by multiple people on the first panel today, and especially for their call for prompt action that's demanded by that analysis. And I won't go, I won't repeat all that they've said, but let me try to quickly highlight just 3 points today. I want to start by speaking with replying to the very first speaker today, who was from Merced and mentioned the possible impacts on the agricultural community if indeed the State Water Board's Bay Delta Plan was enacted. I take that very seriously. I hope she also takes seriously the fact that those possible future impacts have been happening to the men and women that make their lives in the fishing industry for years. And this year they are essentially totally locked out. Number two, the folks from the DWR in speaking for the voluntary agreements put forward the concept of adaptive management. Well, the Bay Delta plans, the State Water Board's plan, had adaptive management built right into it. If indeed the habitat changes that are really the only thing that's in the voluntary agreement proposal so far, if indeed those had a significant impact on our fish populations, the adaptive management is built right in that would cause for a lower percentage of unimpaired flows. In contrast, what we have in the adaptive management plan is that after 8 years, then we would analyze it and who knows when or if changes would be made. So I would say that the adaptive management proposals in the voluntary agreements really have no substance to them. Lastly, a number of people today have mentioned the problems with the temporary urgency change petitions. I want to suggest a different tack on these TUCPs. I would urge the Water Board to enact a temporary urgency change right now and implement the plans, the Water Board's Bay Delta plan as proposed, until some alternative that is better gets fomented. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for yours, Mr. Albert, for sticking with us. I know it's been already a long 2.5 hours, but appreciate your comments and participation with all of this. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Aundi Mevoli, who will be followed by Cynthia Cortez and then Haley Flanagan.
Hi there, my name is Aundi Mevoli from San Francisco Baykeeper. Thank you for the opportunity to allow San Francisco Baykeeper to submit the following comments. Baykeeper is a California nonprofit organization and submits these comments on behalf of its approximately 5,000 members and supporters who live and or recreate in and around San Francisco Bay Area. Baykeeper's mission is to defend San Francisco Bay from the biggest threats and hold polluters and government agencies accountable to create healthier communities and help wildlife thrive. The Bay Delta Plan is supposed to reasonably protect all identified beneficial uses and set water quality objectives to safeguard those uses. Since 1995, no progress has been made on securing adequate Sacramento River flows and Delta outflows to support native fish and aquatic species. 6 endangered fish species and recreational and commercial fisheries in the Bay Delta rely on increased flows from the Delta to the Bay in winter through spring seasons. The Water Board and the Department of Fish and Wildlife have acknowledged water quality standards water qualities are not adequate to maintain viable populations of native fish and that is required in the plan. White sturgeon, which is currently a species of special concern, may become the next casualty to enter the endangered species list. Over the summer of 2022, we lost a great number of white sturgeon throughout the bay due to a harmful algal bloom. Sturgeon rely on increased river flows to initiate spawning each spring and to help their juveniles survive. Provided adequate water temperature is also present, sturgeons have the capacity to have large year classes to help them rebound. Because of current water quality standards, sturgeon and many other fish do not receive adequate flows, tolerable water quality, and water temperature to reproduce and thrive in the Bay Delta. The board needs to update its existing water quality standards for the Bay Delta because they are clearly inadequate to protect fish, wildlife, and other public uses of the bay and its tributary rivers. An update is long overdue. Without these updates, communities, especially ones that are predominantly people of color and low income, are at risk of public health impacts from persistent harmful algal blooms and contaminated water. These communities are not able to fish for sustenance because of the lack of fish in their rivers and delta. In addition, tribal communities are losing keystone species to their culture and diet. Science must be at the forefront of adapting water quality standards. The board must develop science-based standards through a transparent public process in this update. Backroom deals from the state administration with privileged water districts perpetuates the racist 19th century water allocations process, keeping tribes and people of color out of decisions about water that affects them. The time to act is now before more species are lost, fisheries close, and the Delta residents spend more years combating toxic algal blooms. Delaying this process any further and privileging the needs of water right holders over everyone else in the state will have detrimental and possibly irreversible impacts to the Bay Delta communities and the fish and wildlife. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Auntie, and apologies for the mispronunciation at the top. And thank you
No
for
worries.
your comments and participation in all of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Cynthia Cortez, followed by Haley Flanagan, and then Robert Pope. And note, we have about 14 commenters as of this moment.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for being with us.
Yes, thank you, Chair Escobar, for the opportunity to speak today. I am the Assistant Policy Analyst with Restore the Delta. I am here today to ask you to improve the quality of life of Delta communities by implementing an updated Bay Delta plan. We urgently need an updated Bay Delta plan to protect public health. We are now weeks away from summer, and yet another HAB season approaches the Delta. While many are planning to go swimming, fishing, and boating here locally in the Delta, we are recruiting and training people to collect water and air samples to monitor cyanotoxins to be able to inform public health. An issue that has been exacerbated because the board has failed to implement updated standards in a timely manner. Now we are being told that we must wait until late 2024 for this to happen. This is like asking a sick patient to wait months and years for treatment and hope that the illness does not spread. But here we are not dealing with a single individual. There are thousands of Delta residents at stake. I'm asking that the following be prioritized in an updated Bay Delta plan. A HAB standard that protects public health and the health of fisheries and ecosystem as a whole. It also needs to restore adequate flows and prioritize over the allocation of water for senior water rights holders. There also needs to be a protection of water quality for fisheries, tribal beneficial uses, and recreation. These are issues that need to be addressed now. The recent temporary urgency petition for change process that was expedited demonstrates the board's ability to proceed in a quick and urgent manner. Threat to public health should be addressed with the same, if not more urgency, considering that there is an actual threat present. Furthermore, I would like to second Cecile Willie's comment. The proposed VA process is delaying the execution of an updated Bay Delta plan, and if the board proceeds with the VAs, it would be promoting its exclusionary process that failed to include Delta stakeholders that are directly impacted and live with the consequences. To conclude, I support the board's vision of abundant clean water for human use and protection of the environment. However, it has been disappointing to see that the board has dragged on the VA process that does not align with this vision. Chair Escobar, we are asking that VAs are not passed and that the implementation of an updated Bay Delta plan be expedited. Again, I ask that you proceed expeditiously, and if the board ignores our urgency, we deserve a reason that is greater than the protection of public health. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. I appreciate your good comment here and engagement in this conversation and decision before the board. So thank you. Now I'd like to call up Haley Flanagan, yes now, and then Robert Pope.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Haley Flanagan, and I am a climate water advocate intern for Restore the Delta. I wanted to also recognize our organization's support of the Bay Delta Plan and desire for it to move forward, but also comment on this plan's dire need for water quality standards beyond drinking water. As mentioned by Cynthia Cortez prior to me, our work at Restore the Delta regularly involves tracking and testing the harmful algal blooms, or HABs, present throughout the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. These blooms are present in waterways where members of our community may recreate, where wildlife may come to feed and reproduce, where California tribes may fish and hold ceremonies. And California has officially acknowledged the value and importance of these activities as beneficial uses. So why aren't these beneficial uses being protected through a more comprehensive standard? While drinking water is, of course, an infinitely important aspect of water quality control, as more and more data comes to light regarding the health and ecosystem hazards created by HABs, it stands to reason that it is also imperative to protect the people and systems regularly exposed to HABs. Restore the Delta has raised this concern consistently throughout this process, and I commented on the same concern for the scientific basis report, but the problem has yet to be addressed in any meaningful way. A sufficient analysis on the significance of flows could have potentially reduced the need for this new standard in the short term, but between the dismissal of flow importance in the science report for the voluntary agreements and the continued climate change that we are seeing here in California, we are on a dangerous precipice without this update. I understand that it might be inconvenient, but the need for it is inevitable. Why put it off for the next time when damage has already been done? At what point in this process will we recognize the science we already have, which is that HABs harm people and animals with or without drinking the contaminated water? Will it have to wait until more fishers eat contaminated food, or until a group of children swim in an unlucky river? It's in the name, harmful algal blooms. So I ask that the board consider all of the harms in their future water quality control plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan. Appreciate your good comment and participation in this discussion. And importantly, we're taking notes and continue to hear the call for harmful algal bloom standards, as I think the way folks are wording it. I'd note there's biostimulatory work and other things that we're doing that I think are meant to try to address some of that, but we'll continue to provide further comment. And again, we'll thoroughly respond to everyone's questions, especially as we synthesize them here amongst everyone. Next, I'd like to call up Robert Pope. Next, after that will be Spencer Fern, then Tom Stokely.
Thank you for your time and thank you for your slide presentations. What they illustrate to me, especially regarding the VAs, the voluntary agreements, is either what's been lacking at the State Water Board or what's going to be duplicated by these things. I'm shocked that we're having to recreate this. I mean, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry, controlling water, and to not have feedback from all the stakeholders is just beyond me. But anyways, the look of the VA layout looks comprehensive, bit overly complex. And then what it leads to, if anything does ever escalate out of the working groups, is it rises to the SWAT team where they should be able to make decisions, but no, the governor's got undue influence on either action or inaction. The guy is a public servant of the millions of people of California. There is no reason he should have the final say outside of public purview of what actually gets done. And that appears to be happening right now. Let's see here. It appears as though his influence, which is highly politicized, should be completely removed from this. Let him get in line with the rest of the stakeholders. The State Water Board is either in control or they're not. The voluntary agreements also allow the State Water Board to further abdicate its fiduciary responsibilities to all stakeholders in place of political and financial interests. The State Water Board must do its job to set scientific standards for temperature and flow. If the State Water Board is not willing to assume its obligations, we must allow the EPA to assume control of this critical and complex resource. Last point on my thing, the State Water Board must stop any processes for permitting any tunnel projects until at least the Sac Delta plan has been completed. It is absurd to be going through that whole process before the Bay Delta plan has been completely overhauled, updated, and been approved. It is quite apparent the tunnel would only exacerbate the current unacceptable situations, including HABs, dying fisheries, toxic algae, and invasive species. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pope. Appreciate your comments, participation, and time as well. Thank you. Next, we have Spencer Fern, who will be followed by Artie Valencia, and then Christina Pappas.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Spencer Fern, the science coordinator with Restore the Delta, and thank you for the opportunity to comment today. The implementation of the Bay Delta Plan is something we support at Restore the Delta because the water quality in the Delta has been getting progressively worse over the years. It's a wonder that the Bay Delta Plan hasn't already been implemented when the voluntary agreements continue to undermine water quality objectives. Harmful algal blooms, habitat degradation, impacts on beneficial uses of waterways, poor drinking water quality, and many other problems arise when water quality objectives are ignored. More specifically on harmful algal blooms, the January scientific basis report that was put out focused on the impacts of flow on fish populations and water quality, but somehow lacked substantial research on the impacts of flow on HABs. HABs are a current water quality concern that stretches beyond just the human health implications. HABs degrade water quality for fish by absorbing the dissolved oxygen in waterways, which lead to fish kills. So obviously there should be more of a focus on improving flow conditions to mitigate the HABs problem. At the end of it, it's like to echo what other people have been saying in their comments, I wonder why there still isn't a HAB standard for both drinking water and beneficial uses like recreations and cultural practices. But we would hope that this HAB standard would be worked into this Bay Delta plan today, not tomorrow or in the next decade, as it's been taking so long for this plan to be implemented. But HABs will continue to be a problem in this Delta, and that's why we stand more opposed to any changes in the Delta by the way of voluntary agreements, which are made without the tribes and frontline communities in mind. The VAs do seem to show more interest in water exports than improving conditions in the Delta, and that's why we feel that the Bay Delta plan needs to be a priority in the Delta. And yeah, thanks for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you as well. I appreciate that, Mr. Fern. And I, again, don't want to break too much of the rhythm here, but just to note, I think there is a fundamental tension between developing additional standards to be part of this project and trying to complete the project expeditiously as well. They're not insurmountable tensions, but it's fundamental there to some of what I'm hearing. I'll just note. Next, I'd like to call up Artie Valencia, who will be followed by Christina Pappas and then Jeff Richards.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Artie Valencia, and I'm the community organizer and government liaison for Restore the Delta. Currently, the VAs expect that the proposed combination of flow and non-flow along with restoration assets will improve conditions for native species and double salmon populations by 2050. However, these claims are unsupported by existing scientific literature, and without the best available science to implement and determine the correct amount of flow needed to achieve this feat, this puts environmental justice, tribal communities, and native fish in the Bay Delta at risk. Instead, the board should focus on the completion of the Bay Delta Plan to ensure that exports are not moving if they are in violation with the Federal Endangered Species Act. The Bay Delta petition supports completing the Bay Delta Plan as it aims to protect, restore, and enhance the Delta ecosystem through the implementation of more flow and water quality standards. Peer-reviewed scientific research recognizes the benefits of wetland restoration, but without enough flows, salmon runs cannot be restored, and this has an impact on the health, cultural, and spiritual well-being of Northern Californian tribes and fishing communities. A decline in fish combined with hydrologic and physical changes in the Delta are evidence that current flows are not enough to recover the processes that support native Delta fishes. The rate of salmon participating in the fall run is at a historic low. Salmon have depended on the Delta smelt as a food source for years, and if they were to change their diet to rice and anchovies, there's no scientific studies on how that will impact salmon health, thus showing a clear lack of tribal and environmental justice community consultation in important processes. So why aren't tribal beneficial uses being addressed by the state board in the Bay Delta Plan? And last, why is the board waiting for 5 years for incomplete negotiations for the voluntary agreements that never brought Delta communities into the process instead of finishing the Bay Delta Plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valencia. Appreciate your comments. I'll go next to Tom Stokely. Apologies, Mr. Stokely. I think I may have skipped around you there for a moment, or your hand may have gone up or down. Also want to then call Mary Kate Lowry. I know, Mary Kate, your hand was up earlier. You were engaging with us, and I think it may have dropped down in our priority. After that, we'll go to Christina Pappas, and we'll put the list in the chat here on who properly is all going next, so everyone can have a sense of that as well. Mr. Stokely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Stokely, a salmon and water policy consultant representing Save California Salmon and the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, which is the trade organization for commercial salmon fishermen. I urge you to reject the voluntary agreements as they stand now. And my question for you is, what do the voluntary agreements do for the Trinity River? The answer that I found is nothing. I looked through the documents and found no mention of the Trinity River. Yes, yet it contributes over 600,000 acre feet a year of water on average to the Sacramento River and the Bay Delta system, and is considered a Bay Delta tributary under the Water Code. Since both the Hoopa Valley and Yurok tribes rely on salmon from the Trinity River and have federally reserved fishing rights, the VAs in themselves are unfair and exclusionary. What does the Trinity River need that the VAs don't include? The Trinity River needs revised temperature requirements in Water Right Order 90-5 and strong enforcement of 90-5 to protect the Trinity River. The North Coast Basin Plan summer temperature objective of 60 degrees Fahrenheit at Douglas City to protect Holding Spring Chinook is not included in Water Right Order 90-5. Spring Chinook are a state listed threatened species and a federal candidate species, and you are not protecting them. The 56-degree Fahrenheit fall temperature requirement to protect spawning Chinook that's contained in 90-5 for the Trinity River is inadequate to protect spawning Chinook. The PFMC recently sent you a letter to your executive director asking to change Water Right Order 90-5's 56-degree Fahrenheit temperature requirement to 53.5 for the Sacramento River. The same applies to the Trinity River. It's the same science. The 56 degrees was developed through science well over 30 years ago, and it's clearly outdated and it's killing fish. Trinity coho salmon, which are a state and federal threatened species, are totally unprotected under 95-5 because they need a 50-degree Fahrenheit temperature requirement after November 1st, but Water Right Order 95 only requires 56 degrees. The State Water Board, in approving its 2021 Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan, allowed an unpermitted take of coho in that year that resulted in significant mortality of coho in the Trinity River. The same take would have occurred in 2022 if not for the threat of litigation by PCFFA and the Yurok tribe through Earth Justice that forced reclamation to provide cold water for spawning coho. You did nothing to help these fish, and the VAs do even less. Water Right Order 90-5 also needs to include a protective minimum cold water pool for Trinity Reservoir in order to ensure compliance with adequate temperature requirements that are protective of Trinity River, Chinook, and Coho spawners. The State Water Board in Water Quality Order 8918 and in Water Right Order 90-5, that was in 1989 and 1990, promised full protection for the Trinity River through a water right hearing. Yet here we are over 3 decades later, still waiting while the salmon runs continue to decline and the fishing season is completely shut down. The VAs are really outrageously inadequate to protect the Trinity River, let alone the Bay Delta ecosystem. You should refuse to adopt them as they are and go back to updating the Bay Delta plan in a manner that actually protects the environment. The current plan will fail and you should reject it. Please don't let the extinction of California salmon be your legacy. You have the authority to do the right thing. Please exercise that right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stokely. Appreciate your participation, comments today, and continued participation in all this work. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Christina Pappas, who will be followed by Jeff Richards, and then Roger Mammon. I'll note, I know we indicated we'd stop at 4:30 and then come back at 5 in order to allow any evening commenters to be able to come on. We'll just take everyone who has their hands raised now for comments. And please do raise your hand if you intend to comment today. I know folks are here on the platform, but because some are here and are not intending to comment, we thought it best just to have folks raise their hands, and that's how we know that you're looking to speak. So if you wish to speak before the 12:30, or rather before we take a break for the 4:30, for the evening rather, and we were not going to have it at 4:30, we'll get through everyone's comments. If it's at 5 that we take a break, we'll try to come back here at 5:30 or so. And hopefully, I know we indicated to some folks already that we'd come back at 5, but hopefully it doesn't mess up too many evening commenters that may be around. But we'll make sure and get through everyone now as we can. And just to note, there's about 12 commenters with their hands up. So please do put your hand up now. Additionally, if you wish to speak before our break. And next, we'd like to go to Mary Kate Lowry and then Christina Pappas.
I agree. Now, Mary Kate, sure, now Sunawak. I'm representing the Travel Marine Collaborative, and I'm also representing families that rely on the salmon for cultural, spiritual, and physical survival. I want to ask the water board members, what are you hearing? Yes, the voluntary agreements are working and are supported, or no, they are not. What are you hearing? Native people, environmentalists, all of the extremely educated people who have already shared comments, suggestions, direction, leadership on this meeting have spoken. The actions in the past have failed. If the racial equity plan is to be made with good faith, then listen. Then listen to what the people are saying. This isn't one person and two people. This is years and years. It's time to feel uncomfortable. If you're feeling uncomfortable, that's good. That means that there's something moving. I'm going to keep my comments short, but my question to you is, what are you hearing? Are you ready to move in the direction that's new and breaking new ground to save species and to provide opportunities for people from underprivileged communities, tribal communities, the original people of this land that are ready to provide leadership and direction for the next 10 years to protect those waterways? What are you hearing? Thank you very much, and I appreciate being able to speak in this meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Lowry. Appreciate your time and attention. I know it's been a long meeting so far, and your comments. And just appreciate the question. And do know that just to clarify, the voluntary agreements haven't been in place. They're still being evaluated and considered. amongst that sort of question as to what I'm hearing necessarily on things. So just thank you. I appreciate your words and participation here. Next, I'd like to call up Christina Pappas, who will be followed by Jeff Richards and then Roger Mammon.
Hello, I'm Christina Pappas, president of the San Francisco League of Conservation Voters. We oppose the voluntary agreements and urge you to update the Bay Delta Plan in a transparent process with all stakeholders. We are gobsmacked that this process has dragged out as long as it has. The water quality standards are way out of date. You're required to review them every 3 years. The standards we have now were adopted in 1995 and revisited in 2006. It's now 2023, and you've not completed the review you started 14 years ago. It feels like you're hoping the salmon will just go extinct so that you don't have to deal with this any longer. But there are many people who depend on a healthy salmon fishery and/or on a healthy river system. Tribal communities depend on salmon for both food and culture. Residents of Stockton, Modesto, and many other communities in the Delta are exposed to toxic alcohol blooms. Commercial fishers can't work because the salmon fisheries will be closed this year. In San Francisco, we knock ourselves out to conserve water. At least until this rainy season, people have believed that by conserving water, they're helping our region survive a drought. They would be appalled to learn that the water they save is simply stored in reservoirs and then released when the reservoirs are full. You're asking the NGO community to participate in the science committee. NGOs have been participating this whole time, but you're ignoring the peer-reviewed science they present. Please stop wasting time on the voluntary agreements and focus on updating the Bay Delta Plan in collaboration with all concerned stakeholders. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
And thank you, Ms. Pappas. Appreciate your comments and time today and participation in this discussion. Thank you. Next, we have Roger Mammon, who will be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer and then John
jumped
McManus.
over Jeff Richards.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Richards. I'm trying to keep all my lists straight.
Well,
Thank
I guess
you,
that
Mr. Richards.
validates you can hear
next.
me. I guess you can hear me. So anyway,
yeah, we can.
My name is Jeff Richards. I am speaking on my own behalf. I'm not representing any group or any constituency. Small businessman, recreational fisherman. I was raised in Kansas on a winter wheat milo sorghum farm, so I'm very sympathetic to the agricultural interests, but they appear to be A, the largest water user, and B, the largest participant in the voluntary agreement development. So there's some issues there. But as a recreational fisherman, we are the single best stewards of the resource. We are not, sure, we kill some fish, but we are not buffalo hunters. And in that process, as many know, we've been shut down for this year and next. And I've been spending a lot of time with the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, NMFS, DFW, the Fish and Game Commission for many years working on this. And it has become clear to me that those agencies are really stuck dealing with the symptom, and the root cause is the water. So this is my first DWR meeting that I've attended. I've been, digging through all your websites and all your data and stuff, but anyway, I'll keep it brief. My comments are, first, I'm offering support, and I don't want to be redundant and say the same things, but the support for like George Osborne, Dan Bacher, Mark Gorelnik, and others, and I won't drone on repeating the same things. My couple of questions are, I don't understand what drives the schedule that Nicole Williamson laid out at the opening comments to be so lengthy. It seems that this is a primary issue for the stakeholders to this process and is needlessly protracted. I would assume, you could get these people to engage much more quickly. Second question is, I've heard a lot of noise about the backroom dealings and all the voluntary agreements, and not everybody is represented. Why doesn't the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act apply to these meetings, since this is a state agency that we're, ultimately, chartering all this activities? Why doesn't it apply? And then how can we be assured that they will be open to all stakeholders in the future? Another question was raised earlier by a few folks is like, how do we, if an agreement is reached, how do we ensure adherence and enforcement? And what are the consequences if not adhered to? And with that, I'd just like to thank you for taking public comments, and I hope to see that this process and its outcome gets adjusted by the input of your various constituencies here.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. I appreciate those good comments. Appreciate your participation. Just to note, we're the State Water Resources Control Board, and we also have DWR representatives here. So it's all, and appreciate your participation in this discussion and hearing. It's one of the first. Thank you. It means a lot that your voice is here amongst the many voices that we need to hear from in order to have our job be meaningfully informed by the very folks that are impacted by everything. So thank you.
Thank you.
It means a lot. And sorry for casually jumping around sometimes on this, unfortunately. So thanks everyone for your patience. Next, I'd like to call Roger Mammon, who followed by Peter Dreckmeyer, and then John McManus. Yes, Mr. Mammon.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. It's heading toward evening.
Thank you. My name is Roger Mammon. I'm the president of the West Delta chapter of the California Striped Bass Association. I'm also a founding board member and secretary of Restore the Delta, and I'm a board member of the Lower Sherman Island Duck Hunters Association. The Delta is really important to me. I've been involved for over 30 years in trying to make something positive happen in the Delta. And all I can say is listening to the meeting, comments from DWR, Fish and Game, it's frustrating. All the science has been done. Our Delta is the most studied waterway in the world. It's been studied for decades because of invasive species and the decline of the health of the estuary. The science has been done. We don't need voluntary agreements. We need the State Water Resources Control Board to take action to save our Delta estuary now, not later. Water going out to the sea, out to the Pacific Ocean, is not wasted water. This is a tidal estuary. The tidal fluctuations twice a day breeds the food chain of life for the Delta. That has been damped down. We have invasive species. Something needs to be done, and we need to do it now. The voluntary agreements are nothing but a stall tactic by the watermongers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mammon. Appreciate your comments and participation here. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer, who will be followed by John McManus and then Christina Berthet. And please do, again, if folks want to comment before we take our break and then get to any evening commenters, please have your hand raised now in order for us to get to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer, Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. Thank you for hosting this listening session. As you're likely aware, the Tuolumne River ecosystem has been in a state of free fall for decades. The salmon doubling goal for the Tuolumne is 38,000 fish, 38,000. This season's DFW count was only 375 adults and 91 jacks. This is truly alarming. The Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement will fail in the absence of adequate flows. Even the irrigation district's previous post-project reports acknowledge that higher flowing, cooler water is the limiting factor to successful revival of native fish species. The Bay Delta Plan unimpaired flow approach is the right way to go. In 2020, the National Marine Fisheries Service commissioned a peer review of the fish models upon which the original Tuolumne River VA was based. It was conducted by Anchor QEA, an extremely reputable consulting group. It found major problems with the so-called science used to produce the VA. My main question is whether the revised TRVA has addressed the problems raised by the peer review, and will the State Water Board make sure it does? Extensive analysis has already been done. I'm assuming you have a copy of the peer review, but if not, please email me at peter@tuolumne.org, and I assume I don't have to spell Tuolumne. I know there's pressure on the State Water Board to find a so-called compromise, but the VAs are unacceptable. Wishful thinking will not produce more fish with less water. Your job is to enforce laws and protect biological resources and human health. If adopted, the VAs will fail, and I don't want this to be your legacy. Please move forward expeditiously on implementation of the Bay Delta Plan. If you don't get reappointed to the board, that will be on the governor's conscience. At least you'll rest easy knowing you followed through on your commitment to all of us. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Appreciate your participation today. Thank you. Next, we have John McManus and then Christina Bertay, we followed by Scott Artis after that. Mr. McManus, good afternoon, evening.
Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Joaquin, are you the only water board member who's monitoring this meeting?
I believe other board members are, there's a video webcast, so other board members may be viewing through that. And otherwise, Vice Chair Diadamo was here with me for a bit. And otherwise also viewing remotely. Okay.
Someone said earlier that salmon are too marvelous a piece of the earth to disappear. I thought it was worth repeating. As others have noted, salmon season is closed. Fishing families are very frightened. Some are even panicked about how they're going to pay the bills this year. This didn't have to happen. Many Californians consider the closure as proof positive that your water board has failed to do its job protecting salmon. The disappearance of Delta smelt and longfin smelt and green sturgeon all point to the same failure of the water board and existing Bay Delta rules. The voluntary agreements are clearly a charade intended to delay any change to status quo water diversions. Christina Swanson called them predatory delay. I think she had that right. Federal law enforcement was required to go into Alabama twice in the early 1960s because the state refused to enforce the law. And I think a lot of Californians believe that we have something analogous occurring here in California now with the state consistently making clear it will not enforce civil rights protections for tribes and communities harmed by algae blooms, nor will the state enforce the Federal Clean Water Act. We understand that we've got 170 years of water control history in California based on injustice. I think what we're experiencing is this injustice carries through to this day, and you members of the board have signed up to oversee what comes next. Will you preserve the status quo, which is the easiest thing to do politically, or will you do what's right and reallocate a water system that is fundamentally unjust and obviously decimating the state's wildlife? I think most Californians have concluded that the water board is refusing to upset the status quo. I'd love to be proved wrong on that. Having the US EPA come in to do your job since it's not being done can't be considered a badge of honor for the water board. And you members of the water board are going to have to live with your decisions to preserve the privilege of those who dictate how water is used while we're losing California's natural resources. Dan Bacher mentioned that this was the 6th year of no Delta smelt being found in the fall trawl survey. You can correct this, but the water board and the state have made clear that you won't. Again, prove me wrong, please. But from where we sit, it looks like we have no choice but to support the petition to the US EPA to do the job that you refuse to do. I will stop there.
You can make, I appreciate your comments, Mr. McManus. You can make whatever case you'd like before the board, but I'm incredibly proud of what is, you look across the nation and one of the more progressive boards, especially with our racial equity resolution, our action plan, our very focus on rights that I know you're very concerned about. So just thank you. I appreciate your comments, if not some difference of what case you're trying to make against us. Next, I'd like to call up Christina Bertea, followed by Scott Artis, and then Castle Willie.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Escobar. I too call for the implementation immediately of the Bay Delta Plan update so that the fish can have the water that they need. And then you can continue the discussion about VAs after that water is flowing. Because our concern is that the VAs are indeed a stalling technique. If we wait enough years, the salmon and the sturgeon will be gone, and it will become a moot point. I have worked with Greywater Action, educating people about water conservation for over 12 or 13 years now. And I also am an eco artist. And I just want to say that I did a project about sturgeon, and it was an incredible experience. I totally fell in love with these ancient beings who have been around since before the dinosaurs. And I would not like to have on my conscience the fact that we managed to drive them to extinction. They are incredible. They used to grow to be 20 feet long and over 2,000 pounds, but they need cold water and oxygen in that water for their fry to survive. They are very vulnerable to pollution, especially things like sewage and agricultural chemicals, and toxins accumulate in their bodies because they live to be over 100 years old. These are incredible beings, and we should treasure the fact that they are in our midst, that they are keystone species in our delta and our rivers, and that they are just among us. I also want to speak on behalf of the salmon. Yes, they're important as fish for our eating. More importantly, they're important for our ecosystem. Our ecosystem in California evolved with the salmon. Those salmon brought incredible amounts of sea minerals up into our forests and our highlands and fertilized our forests. We can see what's happening to our forests now. They're burning. They're not healthy. I submit that it may have something to do with those flows of fertilizer not coming from the ocean anymore in the bodies of those salmon who are kind enough to deliver them on site. And so I speak for the salmon to let us allow them to do what they evolved to do, to go upstream and to reproduce and to deposit their bodies there. We need to really have the flows and the cold water. And Victor Schauberger, who lived in the last century, was an incredible expert about water. And he talked a lot about the critical, absolute critical nature of temperature for fish, that the temperature of the water affects how easily the fish can actually swim. It's a physics I don't totally understand, but he understood it and explained it, that fish, if the water is not cold enough, it makes it much harder for them to move through that water, and especially to move upstream to spawn as fish like both salmon and sturgeon need to do. So I really, really, really hope that the Water Board will not prove to be a captured agency like so many. Perhaps you will have the courage to stand up and say no to considering these voluntary agreements, to stand up and just implement this plan that has been thoroughly studied, thoroughly scientifically approved, and start implementing it right now so that we have that water flowing in our rivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bertea. Appreciate your comments, sticking with us today. I know it's been a long 3+ hours here, but thank you. I really appreciate you delivering your comments and being part of our discussion. And again, I look forward to further discussions, which we will certainly be having. Next, I would like to call up Scott Artis, and then who will be followed by Castle Willie, James Cox, and then Regina Chicazola. I believe we have just 2 commenters after that. And again, if folks are looking to comment before we go to break, please just make sure you raise your hand. Mr. Artis, rather.
Hello, I'm Scott Artis with Golden State Salmon Association, an organization working to restore California salmon for their economic, recreational, commercial, environmental, cultural, and health values, with a diverse membership of individuals and stakeholders across the state, and an appointed member of NOAA's Cordell Bank National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council. I want to thank and add support for the comments of our panel partners and my colleagues who have already spoken. The imminent closure of salmon fishing affects all of California's marine and inland waters, as well as ocean salmon fishing off the Oregon coast, severely impacting families, jobs, businesses, and communities. This is the second time in history salmon fishing has been closed in the state, and I worry that it will not be the last. The decision was made due to low numbers of adult and jack salmon that have survived the hostile conditions they've encountered in Central Valley rivers in recent years. Hostile conditions that could have been prevented. Decisions favoring agriculture over salmon survival have resulted in very poor natural salmon reproduction because lethal hot water left after dam releases for agricultural uses have killed incubating salmon eggs. In addition, strong releases of water in the spring needed to push young salmon safely out to the valley and to the ocean have been diverted or withheld. The problem is not what fishermen have done. The problem is that there's been a handover of water management to big agribusiness. The water boards have failed to update standards set in '95 and failed to require adequate flows and temperatures. The water boards and governor are now owning this shutdown. Since voluntary agreements in the process lack public credibility and are plagued by insider, unfair, and disenfranchising talks, it's yet another failure, and a failure that negatively impacts the livelihoods and culture of people across California, its natural resources and wildlife, drying up our hope for a salmon recovery trajectory. As history is showing us that the boards cannot proceed quickly and responsibly to prevent the extinction of a keystone species, we are at a juncture where the EPA needs to step in to take over setting Bay Delta flow and temperature standards that actually work for fish. And I think it's time for us to be on the right side of history. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
And you as well, Mr. Artis. Appreciate your comments and look forward to the further process before the board to complete the standards of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. Next, I'd like to call up, one moment, let me make sure I refer to what is sometimes listed, jumps around a bit. Castle Willie, who we followed by James Cox, and then Regina Chicazola.
Hi, this is Cassil Willie again, staff attorney for Save California Salmon. I wanted to offer some additional comments unrelated to voluntary agreements. First, the board must address the failure to properly engage with tribes in this process. There was a tribal listening session reserved for tribal leaders or their designees on March 15th. At this meeting, there was only a handful of tribes, and out of the supposed many that were contacted. It seems implausible that so many tribes were contacted, but so few were interested in joining the listening session. Our tribal partners that did receive notice circulated it to other tribes, and there were actually 2 Delta tribes who did not receive any notice until our tribal partners had passed it on. Additionally, there was 1 tribe from the San Francisco Bay Area who was told they were not included in the notice because they were out of the region, which seems unreasonable since the San Francisco Bay is a part of the Bay Delta. This issue is not being able to do proper outreach to tribes must be rectified immediately if the board wants to effectively move forward with the Bay Delta plan. Next, for tribal beneficial uses, they must be addressed in the Bay Delta plan. The state and regional water boards have avoided making any determinations regarding TBUs in the Bay Delta region. If no water board is factoring the Bay Delta into the TBU determinations, there's a massive gap in the designations that are supposed to be statewide. The purpose of the updates to the Bay Delta plan are to ensure, quote, beneficial use of water are reasonably protected. In order to achieve this goal, the board must include tribal beneficial uses in the update. It cannot be ignored anymore. The board must take responsibility. I first raised this concern last fall, and the issue cannot be passed back and forth between the regional and state water boards any longer. Thirdly, the board must address the consequences of proposed water projects, such as sites in the Delta Conveyance Project. These projects will have major impacts on the Bay Delta. There are a lot of concerns regarding the overlapping processes that are occurring, all of which involve water that is meant for the Bay Delta. The board should provide some clarity regarding these concerns in the future. Fourth, the board must take quick action to update and implement the Bay Delta plan. This point has been brought up before, but subsistence fishers and tribal and environmental justice and commercial fishing communities are facing the consequences of little action being taken by the board to preserve or revitalize the fisheries. Swift action is needed in order to bring back the health of the Bay Delta, and these updates must be expedited. Additionally, it was mentioned that the board is focused on implementing its racial equity action plan, and I just like to say that this process must apply that action plan. Full support of tribal and environmental justice communities should be a top priority in the development of the Bay Delta plan. The failure to provide timely updates has contributed to harm within tribal and environmental communities, and they have suffered due to loss of cultural resources and negative health impacts due to poor Bay Delta conditions. Finally, I know some were not able to register or unable to attend today, so I kindly request that the board send out a formal invitation to provide written comments. And thank you for the time to comment again today.
Thank you, Ms. Willie. I appreciate your additional comments. I will note, I know being at the tribal listening session with you and others that again heard the concern about not enough outreach and participation from tribes. We did call, actually pick up the phone and call 100 individuals to try to make sure we were not just sending out emails, but trying to cast as wide a net. Look forward to making sure that we do better at that, even still yet, knowing that we need important voices here so that the board can appropriately balance and consider what's happening. I'll also note the individual that you noted that was in the Delta, they're in the Russian River watershed, which we're not updating those standards as part of this process, but I hear you that all connected watersheds that could be feeding into the Bay Delta should be best incorporated in part of our conversation. So I wanted to make note on those two things and appreciate again the note on tribal beneficial uses, and would hopefully clarify that the board has not ignored those, nor has the regional board ignored them. In fact, the board established them, the first state in the nation that has them as part of their water quality control plan updates. It's really about, and I hear the note and concern, how do we get them completed in part of water quality plans? And I think we'll have further feedback on those requests and how we view it as part of this project. But thank you. I deeply appreciate the comments and did want to provide so that folks can also have the benefit of the work the board did do to try to make sure that we reached out as best we can and know that we continue to need to do better. It's not an endpoint that we reach on this. We need to continue to improve. So just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up James Cox, who will be followed by Regina Chicazola. And then I believe the last two commenters I have will be John Rospepi, and apologize, John, I believe your hand came down and it wasn't accounted for on the list, so I appreciate your patience. And then I think rounding us out will be Gordon Hollingsworth. If I have not said your name and you would wish to comment before we go to break, please do make sure and raise your hand and we'll get to you. Mr. Cox.
Thank you. My name is James Cox. I'm a retired charter boat captain. I'm also president of the state board for the California Striped Bass Association. I'm on the Delta Protection Commission Advisory Committee, as well as a graduate of the Delta Stewardship Delta Leadership Program. I'm a third generation native San Franciscan. I've spent most of my life on the water of the Bay, Ocean, and Delta. During that time, I have seen the decline in all species that live in those waters. I find it incredible that water standards have not been improved or hardly even enforced for well over 20 years. During that time, striped bass have fallen to their lowest numbers on record. Sturgeon have fallen to their lowest numbers on record. Salmon are so low that we closing the season on them, and Delta smelt are practically non-existent. I say all of this shows that the water board's policies are a total failure when it comes to our environment, but yet agriculture has thrived in that time period. I feel that the water of California is far more important to everybody than to just have it benefit one small section. All of these species are in decline, but yet agriculture is increasing the acres that our Delta water will irrigate. This seems a total backwards to me. If I was on the water board, I would be very embarrassed of these results. We need to update and enforce water standards. I'm also involved with Restore the Delta on their sampling for HAVs. I live in Antioch, California. HAVs are not just in the Stockton area. They have spread clear to Antioch, and they have spread to the Bay. The reason we had these huge die-offs last summer in the Bay is all due to a lack of water flow. The shoreline at Big Break Regional Park, you can't you can hardly even safely walk along that shoreline in the summer because of the HABs. I walk my dog at Contra Loma Reservoir, which is fed by the Contra Costa Canal. There's now harmful algae in Contra Loma. They have to put up signs to keep people's dogs out of the water because dogs have been killed by this HABs. Your lack of water enforcement affects people far beyond just fishermen and anybody reliant on the Delta. It's affecting people who have no idea what this is all about, but it's affecting their lives as well. We have to give up on these voluntary agreements and enforce a standard that is sustainable. If this continues for another 20 years of no improvement, I don't think there'll be any fisheries left in the Delta, in the Bay, and it will greatly affect the fisheries of the ocean. This has to be done now, not later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. I appreciate your comments and sticking with us here through this day on providing them on the process, and appreciate your and know that I do share a deep sense of urgency here all amongst you. And so thank you. Next, I believe, let me just double check. Yes, we have Regina Chicazola, and who will be followed by John Rose-Pepe, and then I think our next commenter after that is Gordon Hollingsworth, and I saw a couple other hands come up, so we'll make sure and include you all too. Regina.
Hello, this is Regina Chicazola with Save California Salmon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, I don't really expect my words to mean much, as I've been speaking on this issue since I think 2017 at this point, which is 6 years, where there's been no change to update water quality standards. And actually what has happened is temporary urgency change petitions have been pushed through. The state has backed off from its claim that they're going to fight the Trump water plan. And we've completely decimated, almost to the point of extinction, our salmon runs, because we're not listening to the people of California, and we continue to put corporate agriculture and export farmers above everyone else. Also within that time, I've seen all these great steps being made, like a racial equity plan being created, and a 30 by 30 plan being created. But in the end, it leads to no actual change with how much water is going in the Delta, and no actual change with what we're doing to our salmon populations. In fact, all we're seeing is massive decimation of our waters. And it's impacting 28 million people's water supply. And I just think that this board's job is to protect the water and to protect beneficial uses, not to protect corporations. And I'm just in shock that I've commented so many times for no reason at all. On Friday, we hosted a tribal water, a land back conference, Northern California land back conference. Save California Salmon did. We have a staff of 4 full-time people, and 2 of them work on education, and only Cecile works on policy issues. And I think something like 10 tribes came to that conference and participated, and a lot more tribes engaged online, and it was just meant for Northern California. So for me to believe that tribes were contacted and did not want to engage in these listening sessions tells me 2 things. One is the outreach wasn't done properly, but also the tribes do not trust this board. The trust has been broken to an almost irreparable way. Like even in the racial equity plan that says that tribes have lost their water rights, when it's not true. And I know the board says that's not a policy statement, but it sure seems like it. At this conference, the state of California actually said something about, someone asked about tribal water rights. And someone said that the state of California, said that you should contact the water board about tribal water rights and about working towards tribal water rights and recognition of these rights. And people in the room literally laughed, because they know that this water board will not protect their rights and has no interest in protecting their rights, especially in the Delta. And so the reason that I'm bringing this up is I think a lot of good change is happening in California when it comes to recognition of tribes, when it comes to wanting to protect nature, but none of it's flowing down to water. And it's because you have let regulatory capture happen where corporations are completely controlling our laws. And the board is willing to turn a blind eye over and over again instead of enforcing its own laws, instead of updating water quality control plans. It's been about 30 years and since you've started since you've actually made good updates. And then it's been about 10 years since this process started. And the only change that's happened is negative. So I'm asking you to please get back on track, go with the 60% flow recommendation that came from the science reports. Stop this stalling voluntary agreement process because it is causing massive extinction and it's causing the state's water supply to become dangerously toxic. And I hope I did not go over my time. I really am trying to move fast, but I am extremely frustrated. And I know you're going to say you feel my frustration, but none of that feelings of my frustration, of the tribe's frustration, of the Delta community's frustration, of the people of San Francisco's frustration, of the people of Stockton's frustrations, none of the actual laws, none of it has mattered. We just keep taking the sides of corporate ag, and now we're letting them write their own laws when they've showed nothing. They've done nothing to show that they care about anyone but themselves. So please do the right thing. Please go back to the original phase 1 and phase 2 Delta plan updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chicazola. I appreciate, as always, your long participation. And not going to say I share your frustration. I'll take very personally that people feel there's no reason to engage with this board. You saw the last 2 years. I know you've seen what this board has done for the first time in history, which is curtail rights, and in the Scott and the Shasta to protect species. And if people don't see it, I appreciate that. I know we're in a time of simple narratives where it can become very easy to paint with a broad brush. But I do hope to everyone listening and this varied conversation and the continued public conversations that this board has, that it is meaningful, it is reflective of work that is happening. But I can appreciate your perspective still yet. So thank you, Ms. Chicazola. Next, I'd like to call up Gordon Hollingsworth, or apologies. Next is John Rosepepe, and then we'll go to Gordon Hollingsworth, and then Randy Repass, and then Sydney Pitcher and David Kashida. Mr. Rosepepe, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, John Rosepepe, can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Good evening, good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm not sure where to start after everything that's been said. Real quickly, I grew up fishing. I was very lucky that my grandparents, Jose Cabanillas and Doris Cabanillas, took us fishing. I later became a fisheries biologist. I'm 71. I also did commercially fishing. I'm saddened and aghast that commercial fishing is shut down off California. Last fall, I was on Tuolumne, where you have the spawning reds, and as someone mentioned, you had less than 400 fish there, and we're talking you want 30,000. Sort of a sense of sadness, frustration, anger. The voluntary agreements to me are just horrendous. Substituting non-flow habitats is not a substitute for increasing flows for native species in the watershed. One of the biologists earlier talked about, studying flows and habitat and the plans. And I mean, we all know that fish need water flows. I mean, you don't need to study it. Everyone knows that. There's a lack of it. The voluntary agreements, temperature management is not included in the voluntary agreement. Again, we all know you need clean, cold water. And your scientific basis report does not include information necessary to determine whether the voluntary agreements will attain the board's goals for species viability. Again, like everyone else, you're not following the Bay Delta plan or moving it forward is a black mark against you guys. You know, if I was in your position watching what's happened to the salmon and the smelt, the collapse of the Bay Delta, I wouldn't be able to look in the mirror. But I mean, that's you and me, that's our difference. When you talk about you having a deep urgency in the matter, I look at it, actions speak louder than words. And, you know, I mean, you're very good, you're very articulate, you're very slick. But again, your actions don't live up to what you say. I could go on. The other thing is, you know, you talk about, oh, this is great, you've engaged us, you know, moving forward, but the horse is out of the barn. I mean, you have done these voluntary agreements with people not allowed in there. I look at the voluntary agreement for the Tuolumne River, where environmentalists and other people weren't included. And I look at the results, I look at the water flow, and it's horrific. And I look at the fish, and they're going to extinction. And voluntary agreements, I look on your charts, you know, it's another 6 or 8 years out. And the fishery's closed, commercial fishery's closed. I mean, there's a real sense of urgency that needs to be done, and you're not doing it. So I guess I'll leave it there. I mean, it's been a long day for everyone. But don't thank me for engaging. I mean, I feel like I have to jump on. I mean, I'm private citizen, but I feel like, you know, I have to try. But I feel like the deck's already stacked. I mean, you'll probably say, well, you know, that's not true and everything else, but you haven't included people. You haven't included setting up standards that can be met. And it's just not working. And, you know, I see this as all show, and I'll leave it at that.
I'll still thank you anyway, Mr. Rosepepe, because I do appreciate your comments, even if they're obviously born out of frustration and a little personal animus toward me. That's okay. I look fine into the mirror each morning, so thank you. Now let's go to Gordon Hollingsworth, who will be followed by Randy Repass and Cindy Pitcher.
I am Gordon Hollingsworth, and I live in Modesto, where I've lived for about 50 years now, during a period of drastic decline in the salmon population, which everyone has noted. And generally, I would just like to leave you with the thought that the voluntary agreements seem to rely almost entirely on non-flow habitat improvements. This is the methodology that's been used for the past 50 years, and it simply hasn't worked. So why in the world should we expect it would work in the future? Other than that, I'm hoping you'll find this mildly humorous, but when you do your evening session, you might want to tell the uninitiated folks like me not to use the hand-raising tab, not to hit it more than once, because it appears to act like a toggle and just make people even more frustrated. I appreciate the opportunity of being able to make these comments. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you for making them, and for the suggestion on how not to further frustrate folks that I know are already feeling very frustrated, not just with process or policy, but even in participation. So just thank you. I appreciate the remark. Next, I believe we have Sydney Pitcher, who will be followed by David Kashida, and it looks like John McManus has his hand up again. So Mr. McManus, you can go again.
I think you missed Randy.
Oh, apologies, Randy Repass.
Thank you very much for listening. I agree with many of the comments made earlier, so I won't repeat them. I just want to add something new. We don't personally believe, and by the way, I'm with GSSA, Golden State Salmon. I don't personally believe it's about all ag. It's about unsustainable ag in the Central Valley. I'll just give you an example. In 1995, the almond acreage in the valley was 500,000. It's 1.7 million in 22. In 2000, there were 1 million returns going up the Sacramento, San Joaquin rivers. And this year there were 60,000. That's been mentioned earlier. There is not a coincidence. That is not the only reason. Almonds are not the only reason we have problems. It's not about all ag. It's about unsustainable ag. And unsustainable ag sooner or later is going to go away. And we could, it could go away sooner. And that would help the environment and help all the communities that were mentioned earlier, the tribes and the fishing people and everybody that relies on them. So you can make a difference. As pointed out, you guys have the control in your hands, and we certainly hope you'll do it. And please do. Again, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Repass. Apologies for the quick skip there, but really do appreciate your good comment. And it is a meaningful comment when I say that to folks, even if, again, I'm saying it to everybody. So thank you, Mr. Repass. Next, I think we have Sydney Pitcher, who will be followed by David Kashida. John McManus has his hand up again, but there is someone named Alice Finnan who has not spoken, who will go before John does. Mr. Pitcher. Or Miss, apologies, not to gender you. Yeah, sorry.
Hi, thanks for having this public comment meeting. Although I may not fully know everything about the voluntary agreements or the Bay Delta Plan, based on environmentalism and science, I am encouraging you to vote no on the voluntary agreements. Though we've had a lot of rain in the past several months, I'm still very concerned that the drought is not over. We cannot take it for granted just because we got a lot of rain. And I'm very worried that the plans that we have in process right now by the water boards and, government and everything will allow for big ag and other people in power to take as much water as they want without considering the rest of the human population and the environment. We cannot allow just a few handful of powerful people to take unlimited amounts of water, leaving no water for tribal and non-tribal communities and for our reservoirs and underground aquifers. Because if we allow that, then of course the storms that we have are not going to improve the drought as much as we would hope. I've always wondered why it's been said that it can take years or months or whatever for a drought to be improved, because I normally would have thought that a drought can be improved or be over by a slew of storms, but I feel like my wondering about it has kind of been like I feel like I found an aha moment, because too many big corporations are allowed to take water unchecked. I'm very concerned about Strawberry Creek and how Nestle and another company has been allowed to take water from underground unchecked and only get to pay a small fee. So please go with the Bay Delta plan, because it would be extremely shameful and extremely disgraceful if what science is predicting in the next years actually did happen, because of our unwillingness to act fast enough to protect our water resources, our environment. I'm very worried that even though I will say, of course, I appreciate that we are building drought resilient infrastructure and green infrastructure and stuff, but I am still very worried that we are not fully ready for the worst of the drought. We are not fully ready for the worst of climate change. And if 2030 comes around, and if the worst, most irreversible consequences of climate change do happen, and if we're not ready, and if we don't have the resources, we could be dead wrong. We could be into something, some kind of a catastrophe that we're going to face that could wipe out millions of people or cause major famine or major food shortage or major water shortage. And I, as a young person, am very worried about that for our future. So I hope that you'll all consider maybe investing more money and protecting the delta, restoring the water, protecting the species, more rain harvesting, recycled water. I think only about 20-something% of our water in California is recycled. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's bump that up to like 50%, because all that precious water that's being thrown into the ocean could be used to replenish our plants, our ground, to bring to communities that don't have clean water right here in California, and communities that are hit hardest, like communities of color and tribal communities. And it could be used to restore places that are drying up. Thanks again, and please vote yes on continuing for the Bay Delta plan.
Thank you, Ms. Pitcher. I really do appreciate your comments here before us. And know that, as we've stated, the board is looking to complete its work on the water quality control plan update here by next summer, fall. And that's when we're looking to have consideration. So I know that sounds a long time for folks, but do know that on state processes side, we're urgently looking to get that work done. And so thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Thanks.
Next, I'd like to call up David Kashida and then Alice Finnan. And I believe our last commenter currently with a hand up will be John McManus.
Can you hear me? It's Dave Kashida.
I can. Good
Okay,
evening,
good.
afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a recreational fisherman. I've got a little involvement in some of the fisheries management, but I'm just speaking for myself. And just want to say the voluntary agreements, they're kind of similar to Congress putting term limits on themselves. I mean, it's a way against human nature for anybody to want to restrict themselves. And if you're allowing anybody, a water district board, to do stuff like that, they're not going to do it. And we've also, basically the state of California, we've overreached our carrying capacity. And that's something that you guys, as the California Water Board, need to address. There's only a certain amount of water that is there, and you need to look at that. And also, we've got science, best available science. We have laws, we have regulations in place to protect the Bay Delta, to protect our fisheries. However, it seems that all of that's being ignored due to politics and economics. So I don't know, that's just being a knucklehead fisherman looking at it. You guys aren't doing your job very well. And unfortunately, the fisheries, the health of the Delta is not being, it's not being done very well. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Noted, and I appreciate that, here the board is looking to make sure that we fulfill our work and obligations, and note here, folks feeling that's not the case. And so just thank you, Mr. Kashida. Next, I'd like Alice Finnan to speak next. And then again, I believe after that, our last commenter so far, and please do raise your hand if you'd like to comment before we go to break. And we'll come back about 30 minutes after and see if we have any folks that are part of evening discussion here with us. So Alice Finnan, please.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. My name is Alice Finan, and I live in Humboldt County. I grew up in Georgetown, in between the two forks of the American River. And I am lucky enough to attend a lot of the Save California Salmon events. And I'm a teacher here, so I've been using their curriculum in my classes, and what I have learned is that all of our rivers are connected. So it doesn't really matter where you are in California, it's all connected. Every time I go home to Georgetown, which is right in between Auburn and Placerville outside of Sacramento, I see more fields and fields of farming, and I see more and more houses. And I see less and less water in the rivers. And I know from the Wiyot people and the Karuk and the Yurok and the Talawa around me, that there are less and less fish. So with your board, your water board that's supposed to be protecting our waters and making sure that the Indigenous people here have their rights protected, I don't think that you are doing your job. And what I would suggest is looking through the Save California Salmon curriculum and sharing that with your board and educating yourselves on what they're doing, what that curriculum is doing for everybody, because there's a lot of knowledge there. I also would really like to know the Indigenous people that maybe your board is learning from, because looking at your board members, I don't see a lot of Indigenous people in that makeup. And I really appreciate that you're proud of your board and what you're doing, but I don't see that reflected in the health of our rivers and our water and our fish and the concerns of the Indigenous people in California. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Finan, and appreciate that comment, and here look to continue to make sure we live up to what is a pride I have in it, but obviously folks don't see here, and that's okay, and appreciate the feedback around all this. Last comment, Mr. McManus, before we go to break. Looks like you're unmuted now, Mr. McManus. Although we can't hear you unless my earbuds went dead.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can. Thank you.
I'm not John McManus. I'm Dick Poole.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
I'm a colleague of John's.
You're named under John McManus, but Mr. Poole, thank you.
You want me to talk?
Yes, Mr. Poole, thank you.
Yes, I've listened to this whole session. I have been involved with salmon since the early 2000s on several committees and so on. Worked on saving the winter run salmon by building 5 projects and so on. And I've been active for 40 years and I'm still active. And I was just listening, and I'm first of all, I'm bothered that your whole board isn't sitting there listening to this. There've been some excellent points made, and you may try to give it to them, but they should, if they care about what's going on, and you're saying they do, they ought to listen. They ought to listen to us more than they're listening to the governor, because the governor is calling a lot of these shots. And I feel sorry being a board member, because they have to kowtow to the governor, or they may not be on the board again. But anyway, thank you for letting me speak late. And I will be writing you some letters and be working with you in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Poole. I do appreciate your comments, and know that yep, we will have continued and further engagement around this. And so this isn't the only opportunity. And just a note on the scheduling, why all board members aren't here. It was going to take a lot longer to be able to schedule something that allowed that was noticed had all 5 board members. We wanted to have something soon so that we continue to articulate what the process is moving forward, because the board hasn't made a determination on the VAs. The board is looking to complete its work on the standards here, as we indicated for the Sacramento and Delta by next year, summer, fall, have consideration before the board. To hit that mark, we're going to have to be moving expeditiously. And so we wanted to get this on the books, knowing that we're going to have a lot more follow-up here. So just thank you. And have to, I can't speak for the other board members, but I know that this is a priority of ours. It's why it's in our priority document that articulates our common vision of what we need to be getting done. But I appreciate the comment and thank you. I appreciate everyone's comments. It brings us here to the end of this part of the session. What we've indicated is we'll take about a 30-minute break and then we'll come back because we did have open within the format of this discussion to allow people in the evening that couldn't make it here as part of the afternoon discussion to further provide comment. I welcome you all to stay with us then after this 30-minute break. And I see Sydney Pitcher, you have your hands up. Please do. I'd like to acknowledge you before we transition. And here I look to Molly, Jose, and our folks on the team. If there's anything I should say or leave you all with before we take our 30-minute break, and then come back and see if there's anyone here within the evening that would like to provide comment. Sydney Pitcher. And then it looks like Christina Bertea, you have your hand up again now too. Would like to go to both of you before we take this break.
Okay, thank you very much. What I was going to say is I'm also concerned because I've heard that more reservoirs, if we put in more reservoirs, there's going to be more methane emissions. I'm not really sure why, but I think we should take that into consideration, given the fact that methane is one of the worst types of CO2 out there. It is dozens of times worse than regular CO2, and it contributes to climate change a lot faster than regular CO2. And also, I wanted to acknowledge that I feel like during drought and emergency situations, in some cases, that can be the worst time to allow big water agencies and big ag to take up as much water as they can, or because everybody needs water to survive. And if one group of people is taking up all the water, especially in an emergency situation, that's going to cause a huge crisis. So some things to consider. But thanks for allowing me to get in my last few comments, and I challenge you to please try to make your actions reflect your words. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Ms. Pitcher. I appreciate that and wholly look to live up to that. Thank you.
Awesome.
Christina Bertea.
Yeah, hi again. I would like to request that you require that the other water board members actually listen to these recording of this event this afternoon. I really appreciated one of the previous speakers pointing out that it's really important for them to hear what the people have to say, even though it's quite possible you already have your minds made up. But I would like to be assured that they are actually going to listen to us. So thank you.
Thank you. And I can assure you we don't. I take this job incredibly seriously. And I know there have been accusations, and it's hard to just respond to all that's been said. But would like to just make sure we accurately respond to the accusations that somehow the governor stopped the board from doing its work or has actively been harming the interest of advancing the water quality control plan update. That is not the case. And although voluntary agreements are being developed with the governor's office, resources agency away from the board, because we can't develop voluntary solutions that we then just adopt, we have been focused on the water quality control plan update. I know that there's a feeling that it hasn't completed here fast enough, but that sort of accusation I have to respond to because it's not the case. We haven't made up our minds. We do take our jobs very seriously. We act as judges here in our capacity, and we're here to listen, and have been and will continue to, and appreciate that folks feel the standard of which either the urgency we've approached this project or that in our listening hasn't been met. And I continue, as I said, to live up to that standard. It's one that I take incredibly serious. As someone who was born in 1982, who was in the middle school when this water quality control plan update was last updated, I do feel the urgency and appreciate everyone's comments here that you've provided us. They're incredibly meaningful, and I'm appreciative of your willingness to participate, even if, as I hear, there's a feeling that this board doesn't listen or has somehow already made up its mind, which is categorically not the case. So thank you.
Can you guarantee that?
And so let's, unless there's another commenter, and I think Christina, you do have your hand up again, so I will give you an opportunity.
I'm just
But-
saying, guarantee that they will in fact listen to this recording.
I will definitely bring it up at our next board meeting to them so that they know that and I know our folks here can communicate. I won't communicate directly with them, only to our vice chair on this project. But yes, definitely you can be assured that I will request that they view this because it is such an important discussion. And I think, yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bertea. Okay, let's go ahead and take a 30-minute break. For those of you that wish to continue to stay on, please do. You don't have to leave. And then we will see who is looking to provide comment here in the evening component if they weren't able to earlier. Let's go ahead and recess until about 5:30, 5:35, and we'll come back after hopefully everyone gets a good meal and see again if we have any, and we may not have additional commenters, but we'll see either way. And so I'll see you all here at about 5:35. Thanks so much for your participation. I know it's been a long 4 hours, but it's been incredibly important and meaningful to me that you have participated, and I've been here to listen and respond here and there and try my best not to hear over gloss on things that you already know. So thank you. See you in about 30 minutes. And until then, be well. Thank you. We're in recess for about 30. Okay, everyone, it's 5:35. I'd like to bring us back and see if we have any commenters here as part of our evening discussion. Please do raise your hand, and we can then begin to get to folks. I'll just, we'll take, once you have your hand raised, just leave it raised, and we'll get to folks in order of those that have been raised. We'll also put into the chat who is coming up next and how many hands we have raised. Just so you know, we have about 4 hands raised currently. And so please do raise your hand and we'll continue on to take comment. I think at this point, what we'll be sure to do is have thorough written response to the common questions and then individual unique questions that we've had today, and get that up here soon, as opposed to try to start to give a complete verbal response and download on what on the many things we've heard. And here are some common, again, a lot of common themes of frustration with the board's process, lack of timeliness in the update, and participation. And so we will generally respond to those things, and then also specific questions as to how implementation would happen if the board were to agree and adopt with voluntary agreements, amongst other sort of specific implementation questions. I know that we've seen both in the chat, the Q&A, and verbally received from folks. So with that, I'd like to call our first commenter here in the evening component. It is the phone number ending in 936. And if you don't mind introducing yourself as you come off unmute. Good evening.
Eileen Bogan, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, State and Federal Legislative Liaison, speaking on my own behalf, in strong support of the Bay Delta Plan and in strong opposition to the voluntary agreement. As a former mayor of San Francisco, San Franciscans have seen firsthand a pattern of exerting undue influence by the current governor, Gavin Newsom, on a number of issues. As someone who regularly advocates at the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, there is ongoing pushback about the SFPUC's refusal to sign the Bay Delta Plan and its filing of the first lawsuit. The narrative about pursuing a voluntary agreement is largely seen as a delaying tactic. The SFPUC and its commission has also made questionable statements about doing more with less, meaning that habitat restoration can be done with less water rather than increased flows. The PUC has also filed a second lawsuit based on a Trump-era environmental ruling, which has been widely panned. The SFPUC and its commission refuses to change its design drought from 8.5 years to 7.5 years, despite sound science to support this, which would reduce its strategy of hoarding water. The SFPUC and its commission have refused to lower its demand projections, even though demand has remained flat for a number of years. These failed policy decisions seem to be rooted in its massive debt portfolio, which is currently $6 billion and likely to increase to $7.447 billion over the next 10 years, which is an increase in 24%. This debt is largely due to its water and sewer system improvements of a 100-year-old infrastructure. In the past, SFPUC has even been sued by US EPA under the Clean Water Act to force it to upgrade its Oceanside treatment facility. The policies of the SFPUC do not necessarily reflect the views of San Franciscans regarding the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Very much appreciate your comments here, and they're being noted. And again, all comments here today are note-taking is being done and responses will be provided. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jan Warren, who then will be followed by Josephine Coffey, and then Conrad Fisher.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. Glad to catch you at 5 o'clock. Appreciate the opportunity. My name's Jan Warren. I live in Walnut Creek. And I'm adding my voice, the water board not move to forward with the, forward with the voluntary agreements. I've lived in Walnut Creek for the past 38 years, and I have not seen voluntary cutbacks of water usage to work to the degree that is required. It's not going to work on the Colorado River or on the Bay Delta. We've had 3 governors during my years of following this since 2009. In the meantime, toxic algae blooms have increased and there have been significant loss of salmon and their habitat. The Delta has had an increased flow of saltwater intrusion. The Delta is a living estuary only as long as there is free-flowing water. Water is life. I support the Bay Delta plan, and the cost-benefit analysis is never penciled out. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call Josephine Coffey. And Ms. Coffey, you should be invited to unmute. So I saw your chat with a question about that.
Oh, thank you. I just did unmute. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Yeah, honorary board members, my name, or a board member, I'm sorry. My name is Josephine Coffey and I live in San Francisco. I am very concerned about the continuing decline in species that live in our state's rivers, from smelt to salmon. We shouldn't be seeing this. The Endangered Species Act was passed 50 years ago, and its existence, its continued existence, is a sign of our country's commitment to the species who share this planet with us. In this, the country as a whole is in accord with the peoples who have lived along California's rivers for thousands of years, whose physical and cultural lives are bound up with the plants and animals whose life depends on those rivers. As you complete your update of the Bay Delta Plan, I urge you to pay particular attention to our endangered river species and listen carefully to the advice of the peoples who have lived with them from time immemorial. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Conrad Fisher, who will be followed by Norma Wallace and then Nicole Whipple. And I believe that is the extent of the hands we have raised now, but please do raise your hand if you wish to comment further here. Mr. Fisher.
Hi, thank you. Apologies, I wasn't able to make it earlier today. Conrad Fisher with Water Climate Trust. We collectively, Water Board, California Environmental Orgs, have been debating for all of my adult life, for decades, how much water fish need, and specifically how much water salmon need to not go extinct. In the process of the Bay Delta Plan, as you know, we initially came up with an unimpeded flow of more than 50%, I think it was 60. Science actually says 90% is highly protective. Then we whittled it down to 30%, and now we're pushing voluntary agreements. So I will oppose voluntary agreements. Let's use the best available science. Let's use the Bay Delta Plan, which is less than the best available science, but certainly better than the voluntary agreements. To the fish, there is no substitute for water. Just as if a loved one was in the hospital and needed oxygen, we're not going to negotiate. There is no substitute for oxygen. And that is literally what we're talking about for the continued existence of California salmon. I am a water right holder in the Upper Sacramento watershed above Shasta Lake. And I often in the past have gone from there where there are cows standing in inches of water, water is being wasted, to SFPUC meetings and water board meetings where I hear there is not enough. This issue is being framed as economy and humans versus fish. That is not the case. We can prevent extinction of salmon in large part by eliminating waste and conserving water. And that in and of itself, we haven't even been willing to do politically, which is eliminate the huge amount of waste upstream in the Upper Sacramento River watershed. Most recently, as you've heard me testify, Water Board adopted a racial equity resolution and action plan. I commented basically backing up what tribal governments and tribal activists have been saying for, again, my entire adult life, which is salmon are important beyond words, give them what the science says they need. So to the Water Board and the governor, it's time we walk our talk on racial equity and the Endangered Species Act. And I came in late, apologies if I missed the earlier discussion. But I do have to say, in the context of true racial equity and intergenerational equity, we got to get real about who is the barrier? Is it the governor? Is it the water board? What is it? If the governor is not the barrier to the water board, then the governor should be pushing the water board. We got to get real. Like we're at end times, and we are seriously debating whether or not our grandchildren will have salmon, whether or not California's first people will have salmon in the future. So let's get real about who and what is the barrier. So thank you for staying late, to Chairman and everybody else.
Thank you as well, Mr. Fisher, for your long comments before our board and continued engagement. It comes with a lot of gratitude from me. So just thank you. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call Norma Wallace and then Nicole Whipple.
Thank you. To quote Hinmat Oyalat Kate, I never said the land was mine to do as I choose. The one who has a right to dispose of it is the one who created it. Ka nakrakat Norma Wallace, ka nakhini Dolores Marine, exuyakma ro tekne nepe warap uyakish uyakish. Ka naktochenya oloni at Miwok, at Maidu, at Yosemite Yokuts. I am a San Francisco taxpayer. My average water use over the last 4 months is 12 gallons per day. Look around. All of California is stolen, unceded land which the original people tended and maintained in luscious abundance for thousands of years before we became targets of genocide. You continue that genocide by your responsibility for the decline and fall of salmon, the cultural heritage of many California tribes. How many must beg before you do your job as Californians expect and put a plan in place to safeguard the environment and all it contains, all our relations for all our future? Just admit what is plain to see. For commercial benefit, industry has pushed impotent voluntary agreements which failed year upon year. Acknowledge the direct results. Salmon are near extinction. I saw Wade Crowfoot's tweet about releasing salmon by the bucketful, as though this were a proud moment. These are desperate measures by desperate people. These paltry mitigation measures cannot replace natural systems. By the way, many of us recall our illustrious governor's early years in the San Francisco Marina District watering holes and recognize his high-level, well-resourced, unelected friends control our state now. We need the EPA to remove this undue influence. Please do your job, forget the voluntary agreements, make a plan. Californians are watching. Al Shipak.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. I really appreciate your time and here engaging the board on this discussion, and know that, again, I sense the urgency here around the work. Nicole Whipple, and I believe, please do raise your hand if you wish to comment here at this time. But this, I believe, will be our last commenter if we don't get and I see a couple more hands raised potentially. So thank you. Please do just raise them. Ms. Whipple.
Hey Tanani, Sintama, Heyo Heyo. My name is Nicole Whipple. I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes. I am an intern with Save California Salmon, a student, Indigenous People Law student at the University of Oklahoma, and a fellow with Education Trust. As a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, I would like to share with you that our tribe is an executive border tribe whose tribe's original tribe, which I am a part of those descendants, is the Yuki tribe. But the rest of the tribes, the other 6 that were forced into our reservation, include tribes from the border of Nevada all the way to the coastline. And those tribes include the Maidu, the Nomalaki, Concow, and Wailaki and Pomo, and the Yuki tribes. So when I come to speak, I speak with regards for our ancestors as we were forced, out of our area, and know that our people are struggling, and would like to share my comments, knowing the struggle of losing a culture and not having, a voice So what I would like to share is that, I would like to reiterate how important it is. From the first panel, I was able to listen in and hear Miss Herrera and Miss Wiley's comments and really reiterate and echo how important it is that we I'm sorry. That we look at science when we use these science and impact reports, that we are truly gathering the science that fits the needs of the fish. Like many of our commenters said, is this truly about the fish, or is it about the needs? Is it about the use? Is it about the utility? And with any other, being a student with any other object, when we're talking about something, it feels like the science in this is being driven in one direction. We know that scientists create a hypothesis and then they try to find that answer for that specific purpose. In this time, it feels like the purpose that is being met is specifically so that our fish are not receiving, not seeing all of the flows. It's to kind of defeat the true purpose, but just fit the glove to the needs of what the scientists wanted to fit versus seeing both sides. And that's where my ask is that we truly look into the science for what it's worth equally on both sides, instead of trying to accommodate to one area. Many scientists have provided that the flow is equally as important, if not more important, than the habitat, that we need both for our fish to live and to survive, for fish viability. And that is my ask, again, is that, we look at things equally, that we understand the importance of the fish in our culture and our people and the misuse, and to stop using our waters as a luxury item. It bothers me that in our area, our water basin is overlooked so that others can have water. And cities like San Francisco and the Bay Area are able to be fined for having used too much water, where the majority of us underserved Native Americans, Indigenous people, don't even have clean drinking water. That is my ask, is to be transparent and to really treat all equally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whipple, and really appreciate the perspective, the words, and again, true call to continue to balance these various needs and not see them as either or here amongst them, and doing our best to try and do just that. So thank you, Ms. Whipple. Next, I'd like to call Robert Dunn, who will be followed by Robert Pope. And please do continue to raise your hands if you're intending to speak and you have not heard me call your name or see your name here in the list otherwise. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Dunn. I'm a fisheries biologist. Worked on the Central Valley Improvement Act in 1990. And I just wanted to add a few things to the conversation that went on today. Number one is I'm against the voluntary agreements. I represent about 6,000 fishermen, sportsmen across the state of California. So just remember that. One thing I really see really important that we're missing is the fine tuning of our fisheries and the water deliveries. And we haven't really taken that really into consideration by putting our boots on the ground. And I mean boots on the ground as people that I've met over my years of experience dealing with the fisheries and water issues since 1990. And before that, as a young boy growing up on the Sacramento River in Deer Creek. So my number one issue is when we have low water, that our sewage systems in our cities, especially in the Bay and Delta area, are way outdated. They're not built to treat as much sewage as the population is now. So we need to really increase the flows, let alone just for the sewage releases that aren't being treated properly, because that's creating those algae blooms and a toxic environment for the Delta smelt and other species of fish and things that Delta smelty, which I don't really hear much talk about, the microbial ecosystem. So we really need to take that in consideration. Number two is really important that I brought up in 2015 and 2000, back in 90 and 91 is the warm water issue, same as we had last year, which was critical for the winter run fish. The winter run king salmon, as we well know, are at the lowest levels, tracking them downriver as we've seen in history. So that's a big problem, endangered species. Endangered species not being considered in those voluntary agreements. We have other fish that are in the listing process currently that should be considered in agreements in the next year that we're supposed to decide how much water goes out in the ocean. So I'm gonna get back to the temperature part of it. So I brought up the temperature issues. And so we're gonna build some new reservoirs, for example, as Sites Reservoir. There's no new temperature device that we're gonna put on there that's gonna protect us from releasing warm water into the river. That's when the adult migrating salmon are running upriver is when we're gonna be running that warmer water out into the river. The Sites project has no cold water system on it to keep the water cold in acceptable conditions, especially as we have climate change and the water is getting warmer and warmer. So we got to develop something like that. So I'm going to go up to Shasta Dam. That's something we can deal with. I asked for many, many years about trying to build a new system to develop cold water at Shasta Dam. We're still relying on the old system. As far as I know, nobody has brought forward any new technology or any new ideas or even put them out to scientific laboratories to determine if there's a way that we can change the temperature of the water coming out of Shasta Dam and any of the other reservoirs we plan on building or current reservoirs. Some theories were that we could cover up a certain amount of the water with a device that will also generate solar power, which what I've heard theories, seeing similar projects that have done around the country and around the world show significant promise to decrease the water temperatures. And if we're able to decrease the water temperatures by a new temperature device, that would allow us to utilize more water in our lakes. For example, Shasta Lake, we can draw it down only so far till we get to the critical point where all the water there is toxic to all the fish that need a certain temperature of water. We have not pursued that avenue yet, as far as I know, and I've got my feet on the ground. I'm working it hard. So we need to look at that. It's not as critical certain times of the year to have that water temperature device working, but at least we should have that option there to be able to utilize it when we do come into critical situations. And I think it's going to go on the back burner this year because we got the lakes are full and warm water is only being talked about now at these meetings that we have going, trying to determine what flows we need. So we need to address that really seriously. It's not a real big issue. If you cover up the water, theory is it's going to cool off. And we can bring the lakes down lower if we have that type of device working, which will allow more water to be delivered for farming or cities, people can utilize it. Just that device alone will increase our volume of water. That's the theory that we have. Number three is we've been mismanaging our fishery, over harvesting in the ocean, just trying to keep everybody happy. And then we're running up against the issue of hatchery versus wild, where we've been stuck in this rut of not wanting to raise more fish as the years have went by and just letting our fisheries deplete. Hatchery fish do not impact the environment. Hatchery fish help the environment. They're our last stronghold to building a natural spawning fishery, which is 99% gone. We can go ahead and say that's okay. We can go ahead and say we want to fix that, but it just don't get fixed without taking action. And we need to raise more fish. Got a couple programs out that are really great. We've been working on. It's called DNA parentage tagging. We raise them up to the fry stage. It doesn't take any feeding whatsoever. We're able to track these fish. We should be able to raise more fish to bring some fish back, and maybe hopefully we'll develop some more natural spawning fish that can bring the numbers back and get us out of the decline that we're in of listing fish. I mean, if we have another listing of another species of fish in the Sacramento River system, you think that's bad. That's going to stop a lot of the water, and we definitely don't want that. And it doesn't have to happen that way. We can raise more fish and deliver more water just by fine tuning the system, putting some boots on the ground. Because the same meeting we're having today, I had one in 1990, had one in 15. We've had them every year. I mean, it's a constant tug of war. But after all these meetings that I've been to and everything that I've seen, it's always the same thing. We don't want to step out of the box. We don't want to put our feet on the ground, put our feet in the trenches, and do what needs to get done. And believe it or not, it's pretty simple. We got some great stuff to work with. The point is getting everybody together on the same page. We can't blame the water board for not raising more fish, because then if we don't raise enough fish, then they die off, and then pretty soon we got to cut in on the water. So we got to do the whole cycle. We got to raise more fish. We got to have improvements in the habitat, which we've been doing a lot of that, spending millions. Not one fish it hasn't really helped at all, but I'm all for the restoration projects. But that's kind of the gist of what I see of these meetings. We're just missing a lot of things. When I see the committees that are being put up, there's so many people that I know personally that I've worked with the last 30 years that aren't on these committees. They're not reaching out to get the people on these committees that put the boots on the ground and do the work, that have the ideas to get it done. And it's hard to get the ideas done over a meeting like this, because it's just, you're not really talking about the real details. And the people who are talking about the details are missing the people with the details. So I'd like to thank you so much for your time. And I tell you, since 1990 till now, the meetings have been so much better, so much more professional. Your meetings today and all the other agencies that I've been with, worked with, I'm so happy with the meetings. We just need to start getting results. Thank you very much.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Dunn, and acknowledge that the meetings only go so far as our ability to actually get things done out there, and appreciate that it's not, I know, an uncomplex landscape that we're all dealing with, whether it's the board's process here specifically to update the water quality control plan update, consider VAs, but importantly, what is actually connecting to and happening out in the landscape. We need to do better at so that we can continue to respond to what we know is an incredible and unfolding urgent crisis when it comes to climate change, let alone these issues that we've been dealing with before necessarily the climate crisis became such an obvious thing before us, like they have these last years. So just thank you for that. Thanks for that perspective and your participation in all of this. It's incredibly meaningful. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Robert Pope. And then after that, we have Maria Looney with her hand up. And please do raise your hand if you intend to speak. But those are the only two hands we currently have. So Mr. Pope, or Robert Pope.
Hello, thank you again for your time and for these meetings. I agree, the meetings are getting better. I noticed that within the last couple of years, I did a little research while we're listening to other speakers. And I noticed that even in the last couple of years, which was, the tail end of another historic drought, that the State Water Project is still allowing massive flows to the ag industry. And I am not one to put down the ag industry. It's both a huge driver of our economy in California. It employs people in my family. I'm all for ag, but responsible agriculture. And I noticed that in these last couple of years, at the tail end of a historic drought, State Water Project is still allowing plenty of water to go to ag, while the San Luis Reservoir, historic lows last I checked, last I drove by, smelt are still disappearing, sturgeon are disappearing, the salmon are, salmon season was just canceled for one of the runs. The HABs, that's been a huge discussion, stagnant toxic algae and water issues That's been a huge issue, and yet in 2021, California ag exports, not what we use local, but exports, was on a 7% increase. Got up to 22.5 billion in California. And while I read some statistic that almonds have drastically reduced the water usage that they did 30 years ago, let's say, it's still the number 3 export item. With that and pistachios, totals $8 billion of exports. Dairy happens to be the primary export in the ag field. And, you know, cows are a long-term investment, so are trees, but we have to be smart about this. I think we have, you know, we're at a level where we have to start diverting water from something that is making an increase in profit and exports to saving that which is critical and non-replaceable here in our area, here in California. And I think the State Water Board is the primary driver of that. And if they can't do it, the EPA has to step in. We have to fix this. We've already ruined smelt, sturgeon, who knows how many other things. The invasive species are increasing. We have to solve this. And if they can't, somebody else has to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Pope. I know it's been a long day and just appreciate your being with us to provide this comment. It does have meaningful impact to the way we as a board are proceeding and looking at this project. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mariah Looney, and I believe Mariah Looney will be our last speaker at this point. Unless, please, if you would like to speak, do raise your hand so we can make sure and get you in here for verbal comment. Mariah.
Hi, hello, Chair Esquivel. My name is Mariah Looney, and I am the campaign coordinator for Restore the Delta. I'm a born and raised Stocktonian, and I'm currently living in Sacramento. This week marks my 5th year working for Restore the Delta, and I am so incredibly proud of the work that we have done in partnership with tribal communities and Delta environmental justice communities, some of those people you've heard from today. Earlier, you mentioned that this listening session was focused on BIPOC people. However, I did not notice that in any of the written materials for this meeting, that BIPOC people were mentioned. And in my personal opinion, that feels like virtue signaling on behalf of the board because this is being recorded. You mentioned that this board is progressive in comparison to the rest of the nation, but the entire board is not here today to listen to concerns. And what does a racial equity resolution mean if there's no real input from BIPOC people, as you've heard from other folks today? State water officials continue to allow rich, powerful interests to determine water policy and thrive, while the most impacted communities are left to suffer the consequences. Today, I urge the board to please respect the tribal communities and the environmental justice communities and all of those most impacted by these decisions, and to engage in real, meaningful conversations with folks. And that includes rejecting the VA process and implementing the Bay Delta plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Looney. Appreciate your comments. We have another hand up. I'd like to call up Nick Jocelyn.
Hi, Nick Jocelyn.
Oh, apologies, Mr. Jocelyn. I think you got muted by accident. I think we're too many people trying to unmute you. Hello.
Hi, Nick Jocelyn, Friends of the Shasta River and Mount Shasta Bio Regional Ecology Center. It's not often that issues unite so many voices around the state, and I live in the far northern part of the state. Sometimes feel sort of alone when confronting issues, but it's been really refreshing, although somewhat depressing, to hear the concerns voiced tonight. And as a geologist, I'd just like to express the need to let the science that's occurred start leading the conversation more. I think there's been an urge to further suggest that we need more science to determine what fish need. And meanwhile, we're watching the fish virtually go extinct. And so I think our current science should be a great starting point for helping develop a better way to address the issues. And I thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Jocelyn, for your participation here. And I know many discussions here before the board as well. I appreciate the continued engagement. Looking to see if there's any further commenters. Please do raise your hand if you intended to comment and you haven't yet. And then I'll give a moment. And I'll start to just say that I know we've heard a lot today. It's been a full nearly 5 hours of comment, and it's been much appreciated from folks. What we have now is a record of both everything that was submitted here written. We also have everyone's verbal comments, and what we are inviting, and there will be an email clearly stating this as well, are written comments. Important to note that this is a listening session that is part of our work, but there is still a lot of official process that will happen before the board. Noticed items, like the noticed item that we just had earlier this year, where we laid out much similarly as we have here as to the timeline for the board's work. And so we will make sure that our website has a summary and a document that everyone can see, both those that have participated just through the webcast, and then of course those that were invited here onto the Zoom that responds to everything that we've heard or was written and or will be written insofar as our comment or a request to us for written responses. We'll try to make a summary best of everything we heard today. We're asking for written comments and we'll respond to those. And as we said at the top, there was such demand that we will go ahead and hold a second listening session in about a month to then further augment what we have heard today. And I appreciate the frustration. I hear it clearly. I know that there's a feeling, well, I won't say I think there was one comment of a feeling about, sort of my slick responses or perhaps some disingenuousness around it. I don't know how better to communicate to you just how genuine our urgency, our work is right now in completing the water quality control plan update and evaluating the VAs as we do that as well, and continuing to make sure that we are listening here as board members because nothing has been determined yet. Although we have updated standards on phase 1, we're looking to complete standards for phase 2, and phase 1 being the Lower San Joaquin, phase 2 being the Sacramento Delta standards. Again, as you heard from us today and continue to hear, by next summer and fall for consideration of adoption. There's a lot of work that has to go on even still yet before then, both documentation and opportunities for comment for the board. I hear the continued need to really make sure we're being clear around what is the board doing here insofar as its timeline for consideration of the standards, and what is the process for feedback, both on the board's work and then potential VAs that we are here evaluating. I would like to get a better website up. I'll just say that here for everyone's benefit now, that better represents a place where you can go, not just see responses to comments, say on today's discussion, but also any other documents that may be out there. And for future moments when we do have either listening sessions or there's work before the board, that folks here from the public, from all interested parties that are part of this important discussion can find out, can receive documents prior to meetings and find out what's going on in hopefully a more cogent way. I know, again, sometimes the board's processes, the complexity of our considerations doesn't make it easy to understand, well, where is the board in a project? When is my opportunity to make sure the board is reflecting on the very important real life lived experiences of our communities as we go to update the Bay Delta plan, which again, we know we're here, a project that started in 2009, we know then it's overdue. And so hopefully everyone is hearing our urgency as much as we're here communicating clearly that we're looking to listen to you, that we are at that point in our work where we have to get things done and there's an urgency. Okay, hopefully that was something of a cogent wrap. I apologize. It has been a long day. I'll note again that we'll be writing written responses to everything that we've heard today. They will be on our website. It will also be blasted out to everyone that has signed up for today and or interested in Bay Delta items before the board. I think I have one additional hand that I see up. And but before I go to them, would just note for Molly or others on our side, if there's anything I left out, should make sure I cover before we leave folks. Do just let me know and we can make sure and say that. And Mr. Dunn, please.
Yes, I also would like to invite the board to come up and do a site visit up to the spawning grounds, up where the king salmon is, take you out on the river in our jet boats with some of our guides, and you can get some boots on the ground and get to hear from the people who live in the areas where our salmon and steelhead live and hatch out. And you can really get a sense of what we're really dealing with, because that's the foundation of what we're all working with right now. So please take upon my invitation and come up and meet the people who live here, and we're willing to take you out on the beautiful river and show it to you and show you our perspective and show you where the salmon live.
I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate that, Mr. Dunn. And I will say from this seat and from this chair, I will take you up on it. And so we look forward to reaching out, and not just with you, but others. I mean, the intensity of the decision-making the board will be under in the next couple of years with the water quality control plan update and everything else before us means that we need to be out, we need to be listening, and we'll welcome being able to be further in not just have these opportunities here with everyone, but actually be out in person in the communities as we go to complete this incredibly important work. So I appreciate that invitation, and I'll take you up on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Much appreciated. Okay, Molly or anyone else, is there anything I haven't said and should make sure and cover? Again, I appreciate that there's been a lot here today. We will thoroughly be responding to it. I think frequently asked questions will probably be helpful. And then again, there are, I think, a lot of specific questions around implementation and other things that we actually may not completely have answers to yet, because we're still in evaluation around a lot of this. But I guarantee we will get answers on, not just from ourselves, but also our partners at Department of Fish and Wildlife and Department of Water Resources on the VA aspects that the board can't answer, but that should be part of responses to folks now, as again, we all work to consider and complete the board's work. Okay. Molly, anything to interrupt me with?
Nothing to add from me. Just again, I'm sorry I didn't get to introduce myself, but my name is Molly. I'm an environmental scientist with the Public Participation Office at the Water Board. And just really want to echo what Joaquina said about our appreciation of you all being here today, for you sharing your time, your energy, your thoughts with us. They really are valuable and they do shape our work.
Thank you, Molly. And importantly, thank you all. I know it is here now 6:20 in the evening, and it was important for us to have this evening component because it is hard in the middle of the day to be able to get to us. That will continue to be a feature of not just this work, but so much of the work and discussions before the board. We know it is not always easy to make a board meeting, and here these evening sessions are just critical to us being able to hear from everybody. So glad to have put in the time today. I'll gladly continue to put in all the time required for us to continue not on just this discussion, but on the many ways, whether it's in the water rights space or water quality or drinking water access, that all these issues are actually very much interconnected and come before the board to best try to balance. And this is an important part of that. If I don't hear from you all, I can't best balance. And so it is not just on you, though. We need to do better on the public participation side to make it easier to participate, knowing that this isn't the only issue for you all as well that's out there, but it is a very critical one. So thank you. Have a great evening. Again, appreciate everyone's comments, even if sometimes they veered for a little personal attack. I know that's out of incredible frustration from everyone, and I don't take it personally. So thank you. See you all soon. and look forward to, again, will be specific responses to what we've said here. And you can all hold me accountable as we move through this next years of and continued years of really critical work. Thank you. Have a good evening. Have a good meal. Have a good time with your loved ones. And we'll all see you very soon. Take care all. Bye.